Hey everyone! I am streaming on a Friday, which is not something that I usually do. But I do work for an American company, which means I got today off. So I thought, fuck it. Also, I didn't stream on Wednesday, so that's mainly the reason why I'm streaming today. But since I'm doing it kind of earlier, I should be able to go for a little while longer. Depends on how much I get tired of Arknights. Which honestly is not looking good, because it's starting with a cutscene. But who knows? It might not be that bad. Anyway, let's get to it. 10-1. The Pursued. You see the shadow of the nomadic city of Londinium, and so too have they seen you. Actually, hold up. Never mind. Oh, that's an automatic one. Our project is near to its close. I guess just that first part was an automatic one. Wait, which one is Teresa? Which one is Teresa? I forgot. I'm gonna hope that Teresa is the female one. I hear the sound of the storm, and so do they. They're telling me now how they like this sound. They're dying to become a part of the storm, to howl wantonly through the air, and to go devour this hateful city before us. Perfect. In 10 days, our airship will be complete. From there, they'll be able to take to Londinium skies and serve as the storm's very pilots. I'll be going with them. That suits our plan. You are the optimal candidate to command our air forces, given I must be defending the shard. No, Theresis, that isn't what I mean. They and I, as one, can but only go together. Bitch, what? Good, I guess. Prior to the departure, you are to continue fulfilling your duty. The Royal Court needs you, and our soldiers need their most trustworthy monarch. Moreover, you are more proficient in building than I am. By all rights, our construction rate has sped up by 10% since you began attending court meetings. I would not forget what I am meant to do. Also, I noticed you deposed of those guards. The confessari have given you no end of grief for that, have they? The posing of the guards about you. The posing of the guards about you was the military commission's decision. We need more sentries so we can answer to the greatest period of danger. If needs be, I can enter the battlefield too. Stay here, this tower, and the airship. Those lie at the core of our plans. Once those two projects are through and done with, Casdell will possess the power to fend off all nations. Fend off all nations, you say? I've always known your ambitions, but it makes it no less unbelievable to hear every time. Hasn't it always plagued you that they would not permit us to rise again? Very soon, you will be plagued no longer. Indeed. If even the bearing of the storm is ours to control, who would still be occupied by the dark clouds floating at its head? In the past, we Sarkas let our enemies pursue us. Time and time again, we stood up in the ruins, and time again, we rebuilt our homeland, and time again, we watched our home to be torn to shreds by the wars they incited. Sarkas, Sarkas, we are rootless people. Why is that? Solely because they have occupied our finest soil and forbid our roots to take? In the war 200 years ago, it took all our might to drive the enemy back, yet we still could not preserve Casdell. After that, how much time did we have to devote to just about reconvene our stranded remnants? How much more time to transport these bare shreds Victoria and Ursus could not see to a wasteland they were just as blind to, and rebuild Castle, again, right under their very noses.
200 years?
Yes, it has taken us these 2 full centuries. So what of the next time? Suppose our castle is once again razed by flames of war. How much more time will we need to rebuild it? Now 500 years, or even longer. Our enemies have almost gotten away with this, precisely because we become accustomed to drifting.
Deja vu.
Ruination after ruination may never snuff out the Sarga's soul, but it has unarguably scattered us. Castle today is merely crammed with houses, but it is not home. Still more Sarkas wander the great land beyond, no dreams in their mind's eye, further than tomorrow's bread. Even the royal court, all Castle has is its 10 kings' court of tradition, and the majority of these 10 have left their positions vacant.
That is why you wanted war.
It is not my want, but the Sarkas' need. This time, it will be beneath our feet where war's flames ignite. Victoria, Ursus, Lithanian. Not one city, not one patch of soil will be fortunate enough to escape. Within the next century, our enemies will no longer have the energy left to serve the sights on Castle. No, more than that. Once we have the ability to guide the storm, they'll come to fear the Sarka's gaze instead, just as they fear the storm descending.
The storm gathers atop this tower we stand in. They will see us, stood in this storm's eye. Every enemy of the Sarkas will throw themselves at us with all they have, to stop us.
Then let them.
You, don't you fear the inferno consuming your body too, when the first thunderbolt strikes?
When you built Babel, you too knew all opposers would point their swords at you. And did you ever once fear? The tower you built with life has collapsed, just like another castle. And at this moment, we stand here, in a new tower, in a new opportunity. Look at Londinium today. You only just presided over the meetings of the kings. How can you not have realized? Not even before the useless war between us began, were the Sarkas so close to unity. I'll return to the city's outer barracks soon, Your Majesty Theresa. That might not be who I'm thinking.
I understand. Najzer King, Najzer King. Our meeting here will be as brief as possible.
You're always in such a hurry, Najzer. You don't want to get together with us.
I haven't the time to spare, vampire. 100,000 are stationed outside Londinium. Nor I or my soldiers can spare a second of complacency.
Then let's switch our duty. I'm already sick of the blabbering nobles inside the city. And Theresa's. Your little Gaulish friend is just as foolish and noisy as them. Okay, so this is a third person apparently. I've got to warn you in advance. My patience is limited. Your head will have to stay on his neck for a moment longer. Don't add the city's Victorian army to our troubles.
Fine enough. That said, don't you feel that some still have been put to use? Haven't been put to use? Do you speak of myself, vampire? I have great affairs upcoming, don't I, Your Highness?
Of course. Control of Londinium is inseparable from the efforts of us all. Has there been word from the messenger you sent, Confessarius?
By Manfred's tireless urging, the Lich is now fast on the way to Londinium. The few Wendigos left remain battling
The few Wendigos left remain battling strange monsters in Ursus's north. Their hearts hold the royal court no more. The Cyclops sends a letter. As ever, she describes a tragic scene. Londinium sundered by great fire into thirds, the shard fallen under lightning strikes in their hundreds, and the regent, yes, she still prophesies your end, regent.
Speak.
She says she has seen your solitary death on the underground throne of the palace of Westlake.
Give her a reply, thanking her for her concern. Continue searching for any sign of the gargoyles. So long as you can find any remnant blood vessels, immediately send an invitation. The council will, together with the royal court, ensure victory in this war. If the Sarkas can still be given a new chance, then that chance lies before our eyes, and it is one and only. A very, very many will die. So many Victorians, and so many Sarkas. The people's blood will change this great city through and through, and their wails will cover even the thunder. This is a war between us and them, one continued for centuries, without end. Yes, war. This has always been how we Sarkas continue to survive. If you have any objections, speak. Single out the dangers of my plan, just as you have countless times before. I have no objections. None, you say. If you could hear the sounds in my head, you would know they would not allow me another choice. Provided this war can truly free Gazdel from the cycle of destruction, provided this storm can truly put the Sarkas' smoldering enmity and return countless souls to the freedom of rest, I will stand with you, ensuring our dream can be made reality. A fine turn. There is one more thing. The Rhodes Islanders are already underway. 6:50 a.m. Overcast. 527 kilometers out from Londinium, operation platform of an abandoned mine.
Dr. Call said, anchoring sequence will begin in T plus 1 hour, 48 minutes.
Good. Ensure the boarding region can operate normally before then.
Understood. We'll step up the cleanup.
Warfarin, have all critically ill patients have been appropriately situated?
Relax. It's just the last 3 left. We're operating on them tomorrow. We'll have them moving sickbeds arranged in no time. Don't rush me, okay? You standing here with your stern look makes our medic operators have to keep peeking at you.
This is an emergency.
Fine, I get it. I'll quit joking. Every day's been like a battle ever since we entered Victoria. You hadn't transferred so many operators away beforehand.
Rhodes Island must operate as usual. We reached this consensus at the first Resolute meeting, Warfarin.
No complaints from me. You made Monster lash me to the side of the ship 4 years ago. I mean, when you invited me to join Rhodes Island, we agreed I would research oropathy alongside you, as a doctor. There wasn't any follow the new king of Sarkas in a fight to win back Castle type clause in my contract, and switching Castle out for Londinium changes nothing.
This goes for a great deal of our operators. I have no intent of forcing any one operator to participate in any mission irrelevant to their long-term goals. Moreover, no matter the operators we are forced to take on, we cannot turn a blind eye to the infected throughout every region.
If it wasn't for our work there, we'd have a few more elite operators to spare for this Londinium trip. I wonder how Mia's crew are doing.
Once we reach the vicinity of Londinium, we'll receive word.
Well, goddamn, Mia. You got a new outfit. So hold up a second, I already need to drink some water. Also, does she have the sword? Should I be using sword, Amir?
Recon group, report situation on both sides. Received. No threat. Copy. Closure. We can pass through ahead. Keep the engineering team with us.
On it! Also, I think that's also a different closure. Dr. Shapeless, still got it in you to move? Want my drones to give you a lift? Wait, the drones are capable of that? Let me think. I can actually think of anything wrong with the idea.
Doctor, we just need to walk a little longer. When we're out of this danger zone, then we can ride our crafts and recuperate a little. We'll need to send Dr. Galtzid a message at some point, too. She must be extremely worried about us.
I wonder if it's going smoothly on the landship side. She should be sending us a message, too.
For safety, we can't use any messages devices on our approach to Londinium. Any signal might be intercepted by the Duke's force. No, it might get even worse. Doctor, we can't afford to have Theresis spot us so quickly. Doctor, just leave this to me. Ever since we planned our drive into Victoria, Dr. Galtzid and you have been busy securing the safety of our route. I will take charge for the rest of it, just like we've agreed on. I want a chance for you to catch your breath too, even if it's just mentally. Doctor, we have to keep going.
There are times I think about how we got in over the past months, and it seems too smooth to even believe. That ragtag bunch of windbags are all together in the Londinium right now. They haven't even noticed us. Kaltzid, did you use some kind of ancient technique I'm not aware of?
If any arts could truly render Rhodes Island invisible, believe me, I would have used them over a decade ago.
I almost forgot. This used industrial mining equipment recovery organization. Is that right? We've been using that title for passage and permission to park the whole way. Trust Dr. Sheepless to come up with that.
Dr. Sheepless tends to have a unique angle of thought on certain aspects. And luckily, Closure's personal interest has had her lead the engineering department over the past years to develop technologies for using scrap. Which, in short, renders the title a fine one. With the addition of a few friends' aid, this plan has been successful in execution thus far. As for what comes next, that lies with Amia and Vina.
Who? Two left, 4 right. Indra. Jack. How's the right side? Someone who thought he was funny had me cut off for a second, but he's over with now. And Dagda? Are still claws and crossbow bolts smashing into each other.
Enemies left to the rear.
And leave it to her. Hey, there's one hiding right here.
No, there isn't. Just missing Dagda.
Vina, listen. Is that silence behind? Said she could sort it out.
Good. Vanguard Group, mission complete. Notify media immediately. There's no more noble patrols in the vicinity. They can't pass through.
The road ahead is clear. No casualties. Messaging devices back in operation. Doctor, we're just about to catch sight of the lineament.
Oh, finally made it there.
Hold on, Doctor. Jessica sent me a message. Before we carry out the next step of the plan, we need to send a few operators to run a different mission. We have 2 targets to rescue. One's a friend at Blacksteel. The other is an informant who can help us enter Londinium.
Great target. 10-2. The walls tower before us. The throwaways are a labyrinth. We need a guide.
Excuse me, what the fuck? Right, actually.
Minaを守る盾となろう。
7:25 a.m. Overcast. 10 kilometers from Londinium, Wilderness Highway.
Black Steel's aircraft was about 100 meters ahead of our position when its signal disappeared. Let me grab the telescope to pinpoint the precise location. Wait, why are you standing up?
Do you smell the smoke?
I don't think so.
You can put that lump of metal down. The aircraft's right ahead.
You wanna scout out the enemy's numbers first?
Can't be any more than 30.
You can tell that from smell alone?
Fuck are you talking about? Before we left, Morgan told me they usually run in squads of 30.
Alright, that's what the Intel Mystery sent back said. Patterns tells us they should have 2 other squads nearby to offer more mutual support.
They act like they own the damn place.
Don't do anything rash. Mia said not to make too much of a ruckus before we get into Londinium. Too many forces have their eyes on us.
Ballin'. How long has it been since you joined Bunny Squad and started working with us?
About 5 days since leaving the landship.
You know how long it took for Siege to go from joining the Glasgow gang to becoming my boss?
No.
2 days. She only needed 2 days. First day, she beat me down. Second day, we beat down a band of ill-intentioned Lathenians. Since then we had a bond that goes beyond life and death.
Even though we haven't been working together very long, I have full confidence in your strength, Indra.
That's what I like to hear. Let's go. We need to catch up to Dagda.
Agnes already moved out? You telling me Dark Shadow? You telling me Dark Shadow that shot past us was?
I get a feeling that should have been at that here. When she first joined the gang, she had her nose turned up like some fancy night noble. Now whenever there's a fight, she's the first one to leap in. We're gonna have to pick up the pace, or she'll clean house before we even get there. Dagda throws a mean punch. I can bet you she'll flip on top of the aircraft from the side. We'll wrap up around the back and get rid of anyone there. Bust our way inside.
Alright, I'll cover you then.
After this fight, you'll be a blood brother.
A fucking what? Huh.
If I was to describe it in Rhode Island's terms, let me think. Something like this. Our objectives are 2 rescues, 1 Londinium citizen and 1 Black Steel pilot. Opposing forces are Dublin. Dublin. These.
You, stop squirming. Don't even try to reach for the transmitter.
Don't kill me. My hands got numb. I just wanted to check it out a little.
Don't be too forceful. If you really end up killing the bloke, how are you gonna explain it to the captain when we get back? Don't forget, this is our objective. Securing our flight back is just a matter of convenience. You know how to operate it? Not a clue.
And that's why you should have killed the damn pilot as soon as you got in here. If you ask me, we should stop wasting time, take this one back, and then leave this rubbish heap behind. All the men along the road outside are ours. What difference does it make if we take some extra time? Sarkas are inside the city. The Grand Duke's army is stationed in the barracks of the Annex Plate. Nobody's gonna bother us.
Gentlemen, are you not Sarkas?
Your eyes fell out of your head. Do we look like anything like that filth to you?
Filth? Huh. Huh. You're exactly right.
Enough! Don't talk to the Londiniers unless you're interrogating them. If this runt has the stones to cross the Sarkas, there's no saying who we might be dealing with here. You're right. You should be on the cautious side. Hurry it up. I want to see what the commotion is out there. Did you see what the commotion was?
The fuck?
Sir, my heart's pounding too loud. I couldn't hear anything.
We're under attack. There's something above us. M709. Do you see them? M709. Black claws? Some sort of wild beast? No. Some kind of special weapon. All hands. An enemy is hiding atop the aircraft. They're trying to rip apart the metal. Ah.
You managed to block me. The intel was right. You aren't just a band of highwaymen. You grew fat of Victoria's teeth. And this is how you repay her, soldier.
You're pretty strong. You working for the devils?
Bastard. How dare you? I'm pissed enough to beat the tar out of you 10 times over. Remember this, Dublin soldier. We will reclaim Londinium for her usurpers, be it from the Sarkas or from you traitors. Your time running around like you own the place is over.
Heh. Look at you, all high and mighty. You nobles, still trying to cling to the old times. Looks like you're after this little coward who ran away from the Sarkas. The information he has on him.
They're switching targets.
Help! Save me!
Leave him alone. This is a decoy. You little shit!
Ah!
How many times have I told you? When you're in a fight, always be on the lookout for tricks.
You're late.
That's because I helped you clean up a band of hooligans outside. No? Hey, tell her. How many did we have to go out through outside? 7? Was it 8? Okay, your name literally says bot. I am confused. I'm gonna leave you alone for now, but I'm watching you.
This isn't a competition.
I'm still watching you. That's not what your face is saying. Back when we went on our first mission together, that one merc got away from you. You were liberated for 3 days. Morgan thought you'd come down with some awful sickness. You had the same look on your face just now.
What happened back then was my fault. Plus, it was a long time ago.
Where do you people come from? The one in black. I thought she was some knight noble, but the way you hit is like...
Like a street dog? Huh, you know your stuff. The big eye. And technically that's my mom, but yeah, I could also work as an eye.
Hurry up. That was no weakling. It'll be tougher to take him down than the unconscious louts are outside. They're able to freely move between the Sargas and the Duke's forces, and even able to control major passages in and out of Londinium. Dublin isn't some ragtag group of mercs. We need to rescue the hostages as quickly as possible and get somewhere safe.
I know. Your time running around like you own the place is over, right? Until I say one-liner. Not nearly scary enough. Remember what I taught you? What you say is...
This is your last chance to beg for mercy.
Ah! M701 requesting backup. Captain Mandragora. Tag that, Indra. We got incoming. I suggest we bail.
Got it.
They sure move fast.
You were in charge of recon. Didn't you spot anyone nearby?
Too much work. I'll just take them out as they come. Ballin'.
Please stay hidden. Indra and I will take care of the incoming hostiles.
They're inside.
Ladies, please save me. I don't want to fall into their hands again. Yeah, shut your trap. Do a better job at hiding. Ragna, we're good as long as we bring back the objectives, right? Shouldn't be an issue if we take apart this blasted lava metal, yeah?
This is one story you're gonna have to tell Siege when you get back.
"10-2. Raid target."
ビーンストーク小隊出発
Well, this is gonna be interesting.
Forward
I should put in more melee people. Alright. Alright.
作
Understandable.
戦行動中に問題が発生しましたシステムを再起動してくださいお任せください今回はどこに行くんだっけ私たちにお任せくださいみんな私に続けアーツユニットチャージ中ああわかった貫くポートキャリブレーション中よ
Ah.
みんな私に続け誰一人通すものか
There they go.
じゃあ行ってくる家まで送ろうか
Oh.
貫く
Okay, they're not as strong as I expected.
Orders, please.
It says there's 3 left, but I only see 2. Where the fuck did that one come from?
Mission accomplished.
8:15 a.m. Overcast. Several kilometers from Londinium, adjacent plate.
Closure, we're getting a drone signal.
Move, move. Let me see. Ooh. Whoa. That's not half bad. The new added camera module's working properly. Has a great clarity within 100 meters. Battery life seems pretty stable too. Keep at it with this baby and we might even be able to get it over the wall and sneak a peek at what's going on inside.
Hold on a sec. It's practically asking the enemy to shoot it out of the sky.
Don't worry. I wouldn't put everybody at risk like that. Except when I did that one time. We're just gonna hurry up and develop that stealth coating.
Closure, drone sending an alert.
Got somebody with detection range. Within detection range. It's charging its automatic attack module. Wait. That's the rescue team. Disable the alert. Amia, Doctor, Indra and Dagda are back.
Closure's drones are getting good.
They sure are. Closure's been totally focused on her drone research the whole way here. She's trying to improve their recon capabilities so the enemy can't ambush us. Did it seem like Closure was kinda nervous? She hasn't left the landship for operations much before. And that's before we talk about how none of us know how long we'll be here. But it's alright. I trust her, and I trust all of our operators. Whether it's the roughly a dozen operators following us, or Misery and Logos 2 teams that went ahead of us. Everyone signed up for this operation knowing exactly what they're here for. So far we've successfully completed Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the operation. Now, we need to focus on Phase 3. Entering the city.
How are we going to infiltrate Londinium? Are we going in through a structural level again? If I'm scaling the walls again, I'm gonna need a minute.
We're not getting into Londinium the same way we got inside the Chernobog core city. We got a visual on Londinium now, Doctor. Look at how high those walls are. Nothing has ever managed to breach Londinium's defenses, not even Ursa's high-speed warships. Londinium used to be the economic center of all Terra, as we all know, but only those who've seen the city with their own eyes understand its reputation as an impregnable fortress. The waste drainage structure of most nomadic cities are vulnerable infiltration from the outside, but the engineers who built Londinium even made use of this weak point. Reportedly, they built an automatic assembly line into the underground structure. Back in Londinium's glory days, the machines worked day and night to perpetuate Victoria's golden age. In times of war, the assembly line supplied weapons and ammunition to the defense systems built into the towering walls. The underground structure was designed so carefully that we wouldn't find a single gap in the engineering blueprints. And that's assuming we'd even be able to get our hands on Londinium's blueprints. It's kind of impossible in and of itself.
And how did Logos and Misery get inside? The Cult will be able to get us in.
Doctor, Have some faith in our elite operators. Blaze is an expert in high mobility combat, and Rosmontes is the core of our annihilation force. Those two are masters of very particular arts that are useful for infiltration missions. Once you've seen Misery's Originium arts in action, you'll understand what I mean. You've probably heard Lava talk about spatial arts. That's heading in the right direction of explaining Misery's arts, but it's not the whole story. Before joining Rhodes Island, he even managed to infiltrate the dynastic catacombs of ancient Sargon. As for Logos, he has his own unique methods that require a specially trained caster. I think if there's a way for living things to get in and out of the city, there is no wall that could stop them. We also have another special operator joining us after we get into the city, but we probably won't be able to get in the same way she did.
So that's why you found us a guide.
Right, I wanted to try something a bit safer first. We should save our strength for the tougher enemies. They're waiting out there. Doctor, I can feel everyone getting tenser each day we get closer to Londinium. But no matter what happens next, we're all ready to fight.
Worried about you too, Amiya.
Doctor, you already know, if we have to make a stand right here, it wouldn't be Closure doing it, or any of the operators who came here with their own ideals. The responsibility is mine. Though maybe it would be Siege's too.
Speaking of, Indra.
You're awake, Vina? You haven't gotten a week of sleep all day. Might be good to get some shut-eye before we officially return to the city.
I can sleep. Shouldn't Indra and Dagda be back already?
I don't even know if I should be jealous of those two. Even though they signed up for a job to buy your time to rest up, they just worry you anyway.
I should have gone with them. Ever since I came back, I can't close my eyes without seeing everything that happened back when we ran. If they're in danger, I should be with them. No, I should be standing in front of them.
Look, you always worry too much. They're just warming up a bit before their homecoming. How dangerous could it be? Setting Dagda aside for now, did you see how fidgety Hannah look? If we don't give her a little task to help her blow off steam, bet she wouldn't have been able to control herself. Probably would have punched someone in the moment we got back into the city.
She handles herself a lot better now.
If that was true, she wouldn't be arguing back and forth with Dagda all the time. Even though she knows you haven't been sleeping well, she still wouldn't shut up. How about it, Vina? Wanna sneak a peek at old home while they're out? They only know how to throw fists. I'm the brains here, so I'm naturally the most reliable.
Are you talking smack behind our backs again?
Look at that, Vina. Doesn't she seem more energetic than before?
Huh. A laugh out of Bina. You've been totally lost in thoughts this whole trip.
You idiot. Why even talk about that? You know how hard it was for me to.
Thank you, Morgan. Except, I'd suggest you get some rest yourself. If I need someone to manage my mood for me, I'd be a pretty useless leader.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Dagda.
Here.
You're bleeding.
I'm fine. It's not my blood.
I'm glad. Those men. They were Dublin, right? What do you think of them?
They're about as strong as a regular standing army, and the one squad captain that Indra and I took down fought with combat techniques that very distinctly showed signs of Victorian military training.
In other words,
we might actually be dealing with a coup of some kind.
are they working with the Sarkas?
They have no love for the Sarkas. That probably hasn't stopped them from forging a temporary alliance.
They want to carve up Londinium. No, probably much more than just Londinium. Those dukes out there. How many of them support Dublin? How many support the Sarkas?
For shame. They'd rather let the flags of foreign foes fly over Londinium than they'd go on their pitiful little power struggles, obsessed with their game of political tug-of-war. These dukes and their troops are the responsible for creating this crisis. Now that we've come this far, it's finally time for us to put an end to this mess. I've said it countless times. A knight of the tower, my sword and I stand ready. We're just waiting for you to lead us back to Londinium. Gather up all those willing to fight for you. Dagda! We agreed not to talk about that until after we got back. But we're already at the gates of Londinium.
Didn't I tell you, Morgan? I'm not the only one who's sick of her. She's been acting a bit kooky lately. She keeps blathering about random nonsense. Hey, Dagda, you don't ever carry a sword on you. I don't care if you're a knight or not. Just don't forget what weapon you have in your hands. Whose side you're on. Don't be too hard on her. Either of you. We all have a past that we can't shrug aside. The reason we are all here today is precisely because we still have a score to settle. I've told you before, Dagda. I don't want to let any of you down.
Siege. I'm sorry. I sort of trust you, and I sort of trust you'd make the right decisions, but I lost myself today.
Don't blame yourself. Our primary objective is still to enter Londinium with Rhodes Island. Is the one you rescued talking to Amiya right now?
Yes. Balin took him to see Amiya and the doctor.
Looks just like your average Londinier.
Could be a disguise. The Dublin fighter said he used to work for the Sarkas, but deserted them. Those Sarkas, I've fought them before. They killed the other knights of the tower.
Dagda.
I'm fine, but we can't underestimate them. The fact that this guy managed to escape the city on their watch means it's probably more than meets the eye.
If it really was that ordinary, Dublin wouldn't care to abduct them. Rhodes Island wouldn't be looking for him, right? Let's head over and see what's going on. I want to see if he really can lead us into Londinium.
Amiya, there's a communication request back on Blacksteel's channel.
Please put them through. There's dogs on the other line. Amiya! Did you get our signal? I'm sorry to say that by the time we got to the scene, the pilot Blacksteel hired was already dead. How could this happen? Poor Thorpe. I'll let the rest of the team know. We also weren't able to retrieve the low-altitude aircraft. It was, destroyed during the battle. That aircraft was rented, but, that's not too big of a problem. We still have a spare vehicle, so that won't disrupt the operation. It's Mr. Thomas with you right now? Yes, he's a bit shaken up still, but doesn't seem to have any injuries. Our medics are looking after him right now. Is he the informant you said could get us into Londinium? That's right. Mr. Thomas, who used to own a candy plant in Londinium's Sodium Borough, and his uncle who lives in Colombia, are longtime partners of Blacksteel. His uncle put in a request to bring Mr. Thomas back to Colombia. The last time we talked, we told Mr. Thomas that we'd bring someone to pick him up if we found some way to leave Londinium. I just never expected that Dublin would hijack your aircraft. And by the way, they seem very interested in Mr. Thomas too. Really? I suppose that's because Mr. Thomas is very familiar with Sodian. Is the place closest to you with a point of entry and exit? I'm sure he can help you find a suitable way in, and they're probably after him for very similar reasons. Right, I'll ask if he's willing to help us once he's rested up. Say again, please? We lost contact with the team sent to link up with the embassy. I see. Sorry, Amiya, but something just came up. That's alright. Take care of what you have to do first. We'll go talk to Mr. Thomas. Do your best. I hope that doesn't come off the wrong way. Maybe there's a better way to say it. Amiya, and you too, Doctor. Good luck.
What the fuck was that?
Mr. Thomas.
So you're the one.
Which one?
We didn't expect you to come so quickly.
What an unexpected surprise.
We're quick? We've been worried about you ever since we heard from Blacksteel. By the way, Mr. Tamao, are you feeling unwell at all? I just noticed that your expression looks a bit different now.
Huh. I might have gotten a bit ahead of myself. What I meant to say is, thank you. Madam, you and your subordinate saved me. I have no doubt that you are good people.
There's no need to thank us. If you're a partner of Blacksteel, you're also a partner to us. And there's something else I need your opinion on. We have work that needs doing inside Londinium. On our way here, we heard a little bit of what's going on inside the city. Right now, Londinium isn't allowing anybody into the city without authorization. From the perspective of outside visitors like us, those high walls are an impossible obstacle. We tried a few methods already, but it's far too difficult for a small business like ours to pass through a military blockade. As you can see, we have only a few office clerks with us, and we would like to know if there is a safe way to get inside Londinium.
You're trying to get inside Londinium? You know, the people inside are desperate trying to escape. Those damn sarcas, they're just too horrible.
I understand that. And it's why I'm not going to force you to help us. I'm also not going to lie to you and try to cover up the potential dangers of working with us. But if you're willing to show us the way, we'll escort you to Blacksteel's evacuation team once all is said and done. If you don't want to go back, we don't blame you. You can go ahead and leave right now, and we'll look for another way into the city.
Of course, If you leave, you may bump into Dublin. Of course I choose to work with you. Thank you.
Doctor, I never intended to threaten him. If he didn't want to help us, I would have arranged for someone to escort him.
I know. Looks like we found our guide.
That's right, Amiya's making moves.
It's time for our homecoming.
Closure, go ahead and call your drones back.
Well, we're finally gonna start the operation?
It's not safe to stay outside the city for too long either. Thanks to Misery's intel, we've largely been able to bypass Dublin's troops. But we just got into a fight with Dublin, and judging from previous experiences, the leader of that squad can be a bit vengeful.
You think they'll come after us?
I can't say for sure. That depends on whether or not they give up on Mr. Tama. Even if we successfully enter the city, we might end up having to fight the Sarkas troops garrison inside and Dublin's forces at the same time.
Yeah, if only I could splash a coat of stealth paint on our operators too.
We'll be fine. We've already done everything we can to prepare for this day. Doctor, please stand beside me, just like always. I won't let anyone hurt you. Let's get ready to move out. Attention, all members of Special Ops Squad Amiya. We are now heading directly for the port of Londinium.
Captain, I've checked our surroundings. There's no signs of any Londiniers.
In other words, your entire squad wasn't enough to stop a few people. You even let them take our crucial objective.
Captain,
Rubbish. A whole lot of you.
ma'am,
Stop sniveling. It's irritating. When have you ever seen me hurt on my own people? Besides, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself. And something as minor as this. Not a single thing has gone smoothly since we've come to Londinium. Those damn Sarkas. Those meddlesome nobles too. There's that blasted Victorian soldier. The one they call Horn. It's all Harmony's fault. She forced me to bring that wolf along to Londinium. All that talk about how she'd be able to use the soldier to buy support of some noble sitting on the fence if she were to come here. If I knew she was going to run away and continue to be a thorn in our side, I would have killed her right there in County Hillock.
Captain, this time, I don't think it was her.
It wasn't?
According to the survivors, the attackers were people we had never seen before. They didn't appear to be Victorian military either.
What are you telling me is a couple of nobodies can appear out of thin air and snatch a man from right under our noses?
It's completely our fault, Captain. We'll track them down right away.
Hold up. Stop bumbling around. We're about to leave this place.
We're leaving?
Otherwise, they plan on bunkering down on the street? We're not ready to go masked off with the sarcasm yet. Also, I promised Harmony that I'd let the nobles keep some of their stupid pride. So, for the sake of Dublin, for the leader.
Understood, Captain.
Say you understand, but deep down you don't understand anything at all. Otherwise, how would you have let that Londoner get away? You have any idea how important the information he has on is? How important the information he has on him is?
He was the one driving for the sarcasm.
Yes, driving. If he can drive for the sarcasm, obviously means he knows his way around. He can help us find the ones we're looking for, our compatriots who are still in Sarkas's hands, but are of great importance to us. Why do you think I'm swallowing my disgust and dealing with the Sarkas here in Londinium? It's the way they look at us. Makes me want to run them through with stones 100 times over. It's just because, after coming all this way, I can finally do something useful for the leader.
I'm sorry, Captain.
Driver. Wait, you just reminded me of something. The ones who snatched him from us. Were they also looking for a guide?
Captain, do you mean?
We're turning back right now. I want to see if I come across any familiar faces at the port. Say, for example, that bloody Victorian soldier.
Not so fast, you lot. Once the captain comes back and we get some reliable information, then we'll let you go. To be honest, I'd rather not raise a hand against you. You've been slaves to the Sarkas for so long, you can't even be called soldiers anymore. It's not my call. If we can't get any useful information out of you, the boss won't want to keep you around. And I can't let you go either. What if you fall into Sarkas' hands again and spill our plans? I say, how about you join Dublin? Never mind. If you were Terrans, the boss would have had you change clothes already. It's up to you whether or not you believe me. I, for one, would rather be out there killing Sarkas than interrogating you, Punch. Look, Londinium's fallen into the hands of the devils. And who's to blame for that? Old friend? I heard you barely even put up a fight. You just surrendered to the Sarkas, one by one. Who made the Victorian army, once the scourge of all of Terra, so weak and pathetic? Where's your commander? Still wearing a fancy uniform? Drinking off with the Sarkas? The commanders were right. Victoria really is rotten to the core. Without us cauterizing it, this great place will turn into a swamp of rotten detritus that won't even burn. Soldier, you should feel grateful that you get to die at the hands of your former countrymen. At least your pride as a Victorian soldier wasn't tarnished by the stench of those devils.
You people betrayed Victoria. Still have the gall to play lip service to pride?
Who's there?
I won't let you lay a finger on our troops. The occupiers are unworthy, and you, Dublin, are even less worthy.
You're the one who fled. Ah!
The 8th nest has been wiped out. You're here to save us? Stand up, soldier. Let's get out of here first. Soldier? You're a lieutenant. Which company are you with? I didn't think we still had anyone. Ritas Commandos, 7th Frontline Infantry Battalion, 2nd Tempest Platoon Leader. Or Horn, if it pleases you.
作戦目標予定通り完遂しました。
Horn survived! Yay! Also, fuck is this? Ah, right. I guess I could check that afterwards. 10-3 heads down. Have you seen those Sargas in the street coming in your direction? Pretend like you haven't. What the fuck? Hold up, drinking some water. 9:09 a.m. Overcast. Port 309. Sudean Borough, Londinium.
The port is right ahead.
You worried about something?
Actually, things have been going pretty well so far. With one exception. Doctor, the messenger who's been in contact with you and Dr. Kalsit should have reached out as soon as we arrived at the adjacent plate.
Think something happened to her?
If we can't get in touch, we can't know for sure. But I can only hope that nothing happened to her. We'll enter the city as we originally planned. Ah, look at how long that line is. They're all coming from the direction of the city.
We're really going to run away like this?
This way is safe. My neighbor's whole family left this way last week. As long as we've applied for an exit permit, the soldiers won't give us any trouble.
That's not what I meant.
I know. We're thinking the same thing. 4 years ago, when I first heard about the Sarkas army in the news, didn't think of much of it back then.
Yeah, same here. Their majesty gone, everything's turned to shit. Who could have expected that some duke would invite the devils into the army on a whim?
2 years ago, I saw Sarkas troops walking down the streets of Trentfield. Everyone was talking about it as we walked home from work.
I also remember. It was as if things quietly changed overnight. Those of us who lived by the Duke's estate in Camden wouldn't see these changes until a bit later.
Something like half a year ago, the Sarkas army stood in front of our bank. They took away our manager because her husband held an important position in the city's defense forces.
Huh. Did you ever see them again? Police in our estate was replaced with all new faces. Plenty with horrible horns on top.
And then there's yesterday. I saw the Sarkas going to the corner opposite of my home. They were knocking on doors.
So that's when you decided to flee.
Actually, my parents left a long time ago. I just couldn't put down my banker salary.
And I was one to this. Londinium, you believe? We'll never be able to go back to our old lives, right?
Let's not worry about that for now. We should get going. I'd rather stay alive than make money.
Is it like this every day?
More or less, since a certain point.
The Reese's army. They're not stopping civilians from leaving the city.
By the looks of things, he doesn't seem to care about letting outsiders know who holds the reins of power in Londinium now. And the Parliament? I'm not sure. When we left Londinium, the city seemed like it did on any ordinary day. I always figured that if Parliament could convene for a day, nothing too crazy could happen to Londinium. As for the specifics of what's going on inside the city, we won't know until we see it for ourselves.
Excuse me, I brought you all the way here, and you'll be able to get the rest away on your own, right?
Oh, that's... Toma,
Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Tama. You've done us a great favor. All squads, listen up. Follow the plan and mingle with the flow of traffic ahead in batches. Closure Squadron will go first to make sure the road ahead of us is clear. Then Siege Squad will follow up, with me and the Doctor Squad behind that. Recon Squad, keep a close eye on our surroundings, and report any abnormalities right away. Ballin, you'll be in charge of taking Mr. Tama back the same way we came.
Amiya!
What is it?
There's a disturbance up ahead. Looks like circus fighters incoming.
What? Everyone, the infiltration operation is on hold. Take cover. Hide yourselves.
Grab that one. Right there.
What's going on? Where are the circus here? Didn't you say this was safe?
Talk to you. Stop right there.
Hurry, we're almost out of the city.
Ah! Wrong one.
Sir, please, don't hurt me. I'll go. Did we do something wrong?
Lost to query off. Stand there blocking our way. Listen up. Listen up. Nobody move. Stop what you're doing. Stand still. You, and you. Turn around. Let me see your face. What's in your bag? Is there a weapon? Pour everything out and let me see. Why is there a burn mark on your face? Looks pretty fresh too. Yeah, you. Get out of the line. You burn your face baking bread? You take us for fools? Guess it really wasn't our weapons. Just to be sure you're not a rebel, right? Got too scared and passed out, huh? Whatever. We'll bring this one with us.
Lieutenant, we're stuck here. It's my fault. Before I brought you here, I should have made sure we weren't being followed. Please don't talk like that. We've all been through worse. Whether it's my bunch that got captured by Dublin, or old Tom's group who were tortured by the Sarkas, we're pretty much dead men walking until you rescued us. It really was a taste of despair. Rather die in battle than live inside the enemy's cage, powerless and addled. You're not to blame for Londinium's fall, not in the slightest.
And you're even less to blame. You were the one who pulled us out from that desperate situation. At least I was able to get here on my own two legs. Got to live an extra hour. Said I didn't have the will to fight anymore. But you didn't blame me. You even risked yourself to bring us here. Leave us, Lieutenant. If you're alone, you can hide. Avoid their line of sight. Find a safe place. We're sickly and chewed up. We'll only slow you down.
I'd never leave any of you behind.
Huh.
If our officers back there were like you, then maybe wouldn't have lost so quickly and disastrously.
It took meeting you to make me realize that I wanted to make a difference. To be like you.
You mean... No, you mustn't.
Hey, a few of us charge at once. How many Sarkas do you reckon we could take with us?
Listen to me, right now. None of you move. That's an order.
An order? Fine. You are my commanding officer right now. I'll obey your orders.
We still have a few minutes until we face the Sarkas. Keep your heads down. Remember what I told you. You're all vagrants from the neighboring estate. You got hurt fighting each other over a piece of bread.
You expect the Sarkas to buy that?
Sudan is a complete mess these days. They've probably seen it all. Doesn't matter if they buy it or not. Even if they try to interrogate you, just bear with it for a while. And if you can't take it anymore...
We understand. If the Sarkas find out, no one betrays the others.
If you can't take it anymore, that's when I make my move.
Lieutenant?
Let's wait and see for now.
None over here. What about over there? There are a few more over there. And behind that elevator, too. Damn place has too many hiding spots. You lot, I'll take a closer look over there.
Those fighters seem to be looking for someone. Squads, report your current position. Positions confirmed.
I don't think they were after us.
Seems like it. Doctor, do you still remember that tabletop exercise we did with Dr. Colset before we left? One possibility is that the messengers we had acting on Longinium and Victoria have failed. They didn't have time to provide us with accurate intel, and Theresis was able to see all of our moves. In that case, Theresis' personal guard would be there waiting for us the moment we set foot on Londinium. But it doesn't look like that's what's happening.
Surely we wouldn't be that incompetent.
I think we've more or less reached the same conclusion. Theresis doesn't know we're here yet, otherwise we would have had a very hard time making it this far. If that's true, then these circus fighters up ahead must be searching for someone else who could potentially come this way. Huh, Mr. Thomas?
Amiya, he tried to bolt. I barely managed to stop him. No, let me go. I can't stay here.
Mr. Thomas, you best not run off on your own. That'd be terribly dangerous. I promised you I'd send an operator to escort you. I'm really sorry, but that's not something we can do right now.
Ow!
Oh, wait. You can't just take our operator's weapon.
Sorry, bud, but I don't want to die.
And then he fucking goes to die.
What's going on here?
He thinks the Sarkas are after him.
I don't want this either. I just was their driver for 6 months, that's all. They took over my candy plant and forced me to ship things for them. I have a family. What am I supposed to do? That day I took a tiny peek, just one glance. How could I have known what they were doing to my plant? They've been chasing me ever since. If they catch me, they're going to kill me for sure. Why'd you have me do this anyway? I'm going to die no matter what I run.
So don't run, dumbass.
I can't just sit here and wait to die. Mr. Tama!
Ballin, don't chase after him. We can't afford to blow our cover.
I'll just keep running away from Londinium. I don't even care about Dublin anymore.
About that,
Ah! But you're...
it's up to you to decide whether or not you care about Dublin. Get him. Ten-3 heads down.
みんなくれぐれも気をつけて。各自配置につけ。My speed and I hail from みんな私に続け。
Hell from somewhere.
この辺温度が低すぎるかな。みんな私に続け。射撃補助モジュール展開っと。貫く。Standing by. Benevolence shall save lives. 了解しました。みんな、私に続け。 ログラム治療プロセス開始します。
ホームアゲッター。誰一人通すものか。
あなたの考えはお見通しですよ。Standing by.
みんな私百聞が一見にしかず。貫く。
Mission accomplished.
Amia, at this rate, Mr. Tomas is gonna get captured by Dublin again.
He kind of already has been.
Are you planning to... The bloody bugger? I'll bring him back.
No.
Why are you stopping me? Didn't we go through all that trouble to rescue that bloke?
The situation's changed. We can't blow Siege's cover.
So you're just gonna let him go? That's not how the Glasgow gang does things. Don't make a ruckus here, either of you. Vina.
Listen to Amia and the doctor.
Sniper operators. On the enemies holding our mark.
Important thing is that Castor.
Castor. If I recall correctly, Doctor. According to Misery's intel and Bagpipe's report, she's the leader of Dublin's forces inside Londinium. One of the instigators of the County Hillock incident. Roots Allen doesn't put the blame for Outcast's sacrifice entirely on her shoulders, but it's not just Misery and Bagpipe who hold a grudge against her.
Mandragora.
Bagpipe tells us she's very hard to deal with. We could get into a fight with Dublin here and rescue Mr. Thomas, even eliminate Mandragora, a formidable enemy who may pose a significant threat to our future operations. But
Sorry, I spaced out for a moment.
we're too late. All squads, continue to conceal yourselves. Be ready to engage.
I might need to go make myself some coffee.
What's going on over here? So noisy. Oh, it isn't you, traitor slut. And you dare use that word? We have nothing to do with Victoria now, devil. So you could call us that. Huh. A motley band of exiles, taking advantage of the chaos to occupy a city. What made you delusional enough to think yourselves the masters of Londinium? Huh. Well, be in with your sorry band, thinking we actually give a damn about Londinium. Place is shiny and clean, ain't it? Doesn't reek of death. But if you ask me, it'd be more pleasing to the eye once it burned to cinders. Sarkas are only here because our king is here.
About that.
Their king? The Sarkas king?
Are they talking about Theresa's?
I haven't heard anything about that. But a lot of intel reports disparate Sarkas figures gathering in Londinium from across Terra, and it's not just the mercenaries we're familiar with. There are older, stronger powers now hovering around the heart of this city. Doctor, I can feel it. Since coming here, with each step closer I take, those emotions flow into the depths of my heart, tangle around my thoughts, and grow stronger and stronger.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, Doctor. It's just that, for a split second, it's as if... When I heard those Sarkas mention their king, a wisp of those emotions sprung up and latched onto me. I don't think I can give you a better description of what I felt.
We need to talk about this.
I'd love to spend some time talking this through with you, but not now. Even if there were a Sarkas king who now controls Londinium, that doesn't change our mission. We came here to prevent a war. We need to figure out exactly what they're doing and what they're trying to do. And that has nothing to do with what Theresis decides to call himself.
So, can we skip past the shitty pleasantries, Dublin? Turn over the man you captured. Why should I? We'll take good care of your old home. You bastard!
Stop.
Captain!
Not just you. You too, Sarkas.
I know who you are, Feline. You're their commander. Why should I listen to you?
Because I've been to the palace of Westaleg.
Heh, we've all heard the story. We wanted an audience with His Majesty. We had you escorted out. You really think you mean anything to the Sarkas? Captain, why do we just sit there and let the devils mock us? I can't take it anymore. Ever since we came to Londinium, we've had to live with this inferior race.
Not one more word.
I can go back and bring this up with the leader.
I said not one more word. Sarkas, no matter how hard you try to provoke me, I'm not leaving. Where are your guests? As the one you call His Majesty and his Privy Council agreed.
You really wanna find out how the Sarkas deal with you rowdy guests?
Well, at least one of us understands proper etiquette. We promised your regent and your generals that Dublin's troops would not set foot into central Londinium. Likewise, you should not be detaining me here, Sarkas. Or do you devils struggle to keep your word? Can you even spell trustworthy?
Ah, you uppity feline. Isn't the fact that I haven't chopped you into pieces right here and now proof that I'm honoring our little pretend friendship? If a Sarkas ever forgot his objective and started picking fights, he'd be found dead in a bar near Warzone pretty quick. We're here to root out some bottom feeders. These nobles haven't learned their place yet. They're sneaking around, making a mess of our work.
By the sound of things, they're not looking for Mr. Toma either. Could that be the friends the messenger mentioned? The ones who can help us with our operation? The Sarkas certainly would call them an enemy. If they really are right here, maybe we could help them.
The line stopped moving. I hear fighting. The Sarkas must have gotten into a row with someone.
Lieutenant, I saw their uniforms. It's Dublin!
Her.
The Dublin caster. She's a scary one. She's killed some of our people. She impales them on stone pillars that come out of nowhere. Her methods are even more brutal than the Sarkas.
I know.
Lieutenant, have you fought her too? What am I even saying? You say so many from Dublin, you must have beaten her.
I lost.
But you still managed to get away from her with your life? That's already amazing enough.
Still not exactly sure why she didn't kill me on the spot, but I have my guesses. At the barracks outside Londinium, I saw them having secret meetings with a Count's messenger. I nearly mispronounced that horribly. Figured she must have shown me deliberately. Maybe it wasn't her. Someone like her would have no way of knowing that my grandfather and the Count's father served together. They were very close. And the Count himself, if I correctly, was a squire to a duke.
Lieutenant?
Sorry, I shouldn't be saying all of this. During the long period of time I was hiding in the dark bowels of the city, I got used to talking to the meadow crabs. They didn't have much to say back. I didn't have to worry about my words casting a shadow over everyone else. Some things I just had to say to myself so I wouldn't forget them.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Lieutenant, but I'd actually like to hear more. For the longest time, I've been wanting to know who's pulling the strings up there, causing us all this misery.
The Duke I was thinking of isn't even in Londinium right now. Or rather, I should say, he never cared a lick about the vacant throne in the city. If he really were secretly supporting Dublin,
that would answer a lot of questions, but at the same time it would also greatly complicate the crises we have on our hands. Listen to me. Everything I've said to you up to this point is just baseless speculation. If you want to hear more, we'll continue this another time. Provided you're willing to follow me into the shadows.
So what are we going to do now?
Right now, we need to find an opportunity to escape. Dublin has been trying to get something from the Sargas. Might be one individual or several, which is why they've set up in Sudan. In addition to troops like you, hunted by the Sargas, they've captured a good lot of civilians with some connections to the Sargas. Whatever Mandragora is trying to accomplish, as long as it creates conflict between Dublin and the Sargas, it'll work out in our favor.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Ruben, did you make sure to hide the crossbow I gave you? Up your sleeves, right?
Of course, Lieutenant.
Even the Dublin soldier, the one closest to the Sargas.
It looks like Dublin isn't backing down. The Sargas have a limit to their patience. This is going to boil over into a fight sooner or later. Doctor, we're going to have to use our backup plan.
Come on, turn them over and you all get to walk out of here alive. Let's make things easy for each other, why don't we? Captain, shouldn't we?
No.
I don't understand.
No means no.
Even if it fractures our relationship with the Sargas?
You heard what they had to say. When have we ever been friends?
There you go. Those are your words, not mine. Formation, run out this Dublin wretches.
He's absolutely critical to Dublin, non-negotiable.
We can't bring him with us. Our only option is to kill him here.
Shut your trap.
Actually, our other option is to kill all these Sargas.
Isn't it about time we make our entrance? Hold on, we're still calibrating the aerial coordinates. Look, if we don't act now, someone's gonna get killed.
Give me a sec. 17 meters in a straight line. 16, 15.
Best to get a bit closer or you might have trouble aiming, right? No can do. They'll spot us if I get any closer.
Just do as I say. It won't miss, trust me.
Or I'll use my head as a rivet. Move it a little eastward and the reflection of light should cover its wings.
Now.
Rock 5, you're up. That's our cue. Robin, now.
Hey, what the fuck? What is the meaning of this? The fuck are you talking about? You're the ones who tried to snipe us. Fight back! Those who spill Sarkas' blood will pay the blood debt with interest. Don't let a single one out of there alive.
Remember, you started this. With me, slaughter every last Sarkas. Don't let a single one live to tell the tale. The devil leadership mustn't learn of what happened here today.
Ah!
Save me! Someone! Anyone!
Amiya, the civilians have nowhere to run. It's not just Mr. Tama. So many are going to get caught in the crossfire. Neither the Sarkas nor Dublin have any regard for civilian lives.
Doctor, Amiya, I'm sorry, but I can't just stand by and let this happen. I just can't. Well?
I understand. All operators, there's been a change in plans. All non-combat personnel are to remain hidden. All combat personnel, save as many lives as you can, but mind your own safety.
Another bolt from behind. Came from those ones. In civilian clothes. They're carrying unauthorized weapons. Something's not right. We got more hostiles in the elevator. Huh. Looks like we grabbed the pest's tail. Turns out the rebels are here. Report this to General Manfred right away.
私には誇れる才能なんて何もない。だから狙撃手として
Oh, I got a
敵は
furniture.
必ず半径3
Disco
メートル
planter.
圏外で仕留めるように気をつ
Disco
けて。
ball lamp with leaves. Groovy. Tutorial 20. Below the city walls. A simulation of the defense capabilities of Londinium's citadel artillery. Its fire destroys all, and hence the stronghold has never fallen. Londinium's secondary defense artillery, once fully charged, deals area true damage to both allies and enemies, centered on the friendly unit with the highest block. Okay.
ここからは一歩も引かない。
Well, shit.
Please be careful. The enemies are currently focusing their defense artillery on this battlefield. Ah, after firing, the artillery will need to take some time to reload. After the loading is finished, it will launch a large-scale bombardment that the allied unit with the highest block. At the allied unit with the highest block, dealing huge amounts of true damage.
Don't worry, I'm the one holding the shield up. These circus warriors don't look like they're going down easily. There's more and more of them gathering here.
I'm afraid they have been influenced by some kind of Sarkis Originium arts, so whenever they're defeated, they come back in a harder, more resilient form. These reborn creations will increase their blockers' maximum block count, while also being extremely resistant to physical and arts damage.
But the city's defensive artillery should make quick work of them, right? Right. I played against these on one of the Annihilation missions, so I'm kind of familiar with this mechanic.
言ってみろ。
Like zero restores an additional that's only available when target's HP is over 50%, can store 3 charges. Stores 1 skill for an operator, a random ally within range, an enemy in range skill. But can you dodge the damage? Well, I guess... Hey, she can dodge the damage.
Inspector Hoshiguma, are you alright?
I'm hanging in there.
Glad to hear it. The reinforcement squad has arrived, Doctor. Please direct them to wipe out the remaining enemies.
Alright then.
主の祝福があらんことを。 私を呼び起こして現には
What do
3
you
つ
do?
の選択が敵には3種のク
Yeah,
ラ
the
ンがあり
target
ま
with
す
normal attacks deals 70 art damage for 4 seconds, deals damage to all targets within range, 50% chance to dodge physical and arts, and is less likely to be targeted. Attacking has a 25% chance to bind the target.
現には3つの選択が
ちょっと隠れておくか。
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ
What are you two doing?
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放
This is
つ
probably a bad idea. What? Ah, I should have used her skill.
弓を引いて狙いを定めて放つ
Okay, I fucked this up a bit, but I
弓
get
を
the
引い
gist.
て狙いを定めて放つ
逃げたやつはほっとけ。
Ten-4 Warning shot. The daily life of the people desperate. The daily life the people desperately cling to melts away in a single massive rumble. Didn't even secondary artillery. Okay. Alright. That being said, I do need to make myself some coffee, so I guess I'm gonna take a little break and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I have my coffee. So hopefully I won't space out in the middle of all of that again. Anyway, let's keep going. Warning shot. Okay.
Leave the defense to me.
Alright, let's try this. I'll switch some stuff if it doesn't work out. "9:27 a.m. Overcast. Atop the wall, Sudean Borough, Londinium.
There's been a riot at Port 309. Tell the General that the patrol squad has sniffed out the rebels. Now, it's not just the rebels. We're exchanging fire with multiple groups. General, can you get us backup?
No need. How are we doing?
Debugging will take roughly another 15 minutes.
You got 8. We don't have time to spare here. You don't need me to see what's going on down there? Just a suggestion, of course. You're worried I'll fail? Of course not. When have your plans ever failed? My job is just to make sure we got fewer unknowns along our path to victory. You've already done more than enough, mercenary. Come, stand with me. I'll need you to see for yourself what is going on beneath these walls before the experiment begins.
Oh. Damn.
Lively. How does it compare to the battlefields of Castle? Nothing new. But at least there's not sarcasm on both sides tearing each other apart. Surely you hunted during your time in Castle? You're asking if I've been hunting? Us mercs are out in the wilderness all year round. Hunting's how we get fed. Then you should understand why I left these ports open. Sometimes, even if your trap is obvious, a beast will step right into it, because there's no other choice. If it can't find a way out, it'll panic and run wild. That means we got to expend energy and spread our forces thin to round up all the wild beasts. Sure, that's how things go in the wilds, but there's more to it. Look at the city below us. It is little more than a concrete wilderness. Who has the confidence to seal off every exit to the wilds themselves? Who can find every nook and cranny in a jungle? Who can secure every last potential hiding spot? I am certainly not so conceited. So that's why you left a few openings? Focus your attention and wait for the enemies to reveal themselves. That's a pretty efficient way of dealing with it. But it does come with one risk. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? If I was in your position, I'd do the same thing. Good. If you're capable of leading mercenaries, you're capable of leading the hunt. That's why I'd rather fight alongside you than the relics in the court. By the looks of things, you'll be feasting tonight. Not just the rebels, but Dublin as well. Wait, I've seen that caster before. She came to see you once. Didn't you sign a truce? Not that either of you took it particularly seriously. If you recognize her, then you should also know that people like her don't know when to stop. You've been wanting to eliminate that variable for a while now, huh? The situation has changed. His Majesty's opus is reaching its conclusion. If the theater is too rowdy, it is too easy to overlook an actual threat. We need to keep closer eye on the dukes out there. Couldn't you just send me to do that? If I wanted her dead, I wouldn't even need you. What's the problem then? The Iron Guard of Wellington. You mean... He hasn't made a move on Londinium yet. And if he's quiet for even a single day, all the nobles outside Londinium ask their emissaries, first thing in the morning, whether the Iron Duke has spoken. Okay. Which is why we haven't made an enemy of Dublin so far. Now though, since she's out the one who lost control and took the first step towards violating our agreement, the Sarkas have no more reason to continue tolerating them. So the commotion under is just the beginning. Yes, we still need something more decisive to take Dublin out of the picture.
The hell you come from? I don't know, Captain. I haven't seen these weapons or us before.
They're also fighting the Sarkas. They're not here to back up the devils? Not that it matters. We'll eliminate anyone who gets in our way.
Hey! Give us our guy back. It's you!
Oh, familiar face. Too bad I still recognize you after the pummeling I gave you this morning.
Look out behind you. People don't just stand around in a fight and wait for you to run up to them, swinging.
Isn't that why I have you?
Don't get too crazy. Remember, we're getting out of here as soon as we secure our target.
I know. That just means I gotta punch faster.
You're telling me these are the ones who snatch our mark?
Don't forget their faces. No, wait a moment. Try to capture one of them alive. I'm sure the leader would be interested to find out what new powers has its eyes on Londinium.
Where are these rocks coming from?
Stay on your guard. We're still not inside the city yet. And the doctor doesn't want to see anyone get hurt.
Alright, you two.
She smashed my construct to pieces with a swing of a hammer. This one. She's just as nasty as that Victorian soldier. I wasn't even trying for that one though. See how you like this instead.
Get out of the way, Siege!
Who covered me? Ballin, did you see who it was?
Nope, there's too much going on. Can't make heads or tails of it.
Amiya, there's somebody else in this fight. Someone besides us. Dublin and the Sarkas. They just might be on our side.
Captain, the situation isn't looking good for us. Do you think you could bring down this entire wall?
The entire wall, huh? Huh. Fantasized about it too many times. But not now. We still have our chance, whenever the leader decides to come. Let's not get too carried away here. Just grit our teeth for the time being. Hear me. Pack your weapons. Try not to leave a mess. Don't want that Manfred devil come knocking on my door ahead of schedule. "4 minutes. We'll wait for 4 more minutes. As it happens, our men haven't had the chance to do anything fun. Defending a city like Londinium is worlds apart from raiding Lateran caravans in the wilderness. The nice thing about meeting old friends is you don't have to worry about them taking your head. I got nothing to complain about. Don't mistake yourself for one of them. There aren't a lot of mercenaries out there who could stand being locked up in a little courtyard, reading books all day. That's your department. I do remember thanking you when you scooped me up and gave me back my sword. Enough. You're not here to share me this dribble. Sure, I know. You need mercenaries, for more than a couple reasons. Indeed, and you're as good as they come. Coincidentally, a few more mercenary squads have joined up with us recently, including some of your old acquaintances from the Scar Market. What mercenary could resist an offer from the Regent himself? They want more than just a payout from the completing a contract of 2. When we followed the Regent out of Castle, each warrior carried a different weapon,
some even wearing armor that belonged to the enemy just moments ago. But what about now? As you've seen, the factories of Londinium now work day and night to produce weapons and armor for us. Our troops are well regulated and take orders as a unified unit. You are united as never before, and that makes our solidarity stronger than ever. Yes, all of Victoria, no, all of Terra is watching. All according to the Regent's calculations. Just a year ago, they guffawed about how Londinium's defenses were impenetrable. They thought we were mercenaries in service to some duke. Profit is no longer the only thing that motivates mercenaries. They are all looking to see what the Sarkas can do. What's a sellsword who's lost interest in selling his sword? We're not asking our compatriots to give up their status as mercenaries. They simply found other reasons to follow the Regent. They believe he has created a turning point in the fate of the Sarkas, that we have an opportunity to earn a new identity for ourselves, not just as looters and servants of the powerful. You need a home to have an identity. When the Sarkas desire war, the Sarkas become war itself. And when each battle ends, the Sarkas have a home to return to. This is what the Regent told all the Sarkas in Londinium. You saw it yourself. That was the first time we met. I asked you what you thought about that statement. If you're a fighter who crawled out of the ruins of Castle, how could you say no to that? It was 3 years ago I heard that answer. Since then, you left the estate, and now you stand with me. Do you still hold the same belief? Manfred, you've earned my loyalty. Does your left eye still hurt? It's been over a year, healed a long time ago. I hope you understand. I've never doubted our friendship, not since that day. But you know what I'm talking about. The Confessari don't drop their guard around the Merc. That's how they look after the Regent. And I'm not here to prove my loyalty to anyone. That just make me weaker, played in a fight. So your answer is still no. That's fine too. Sometimes what I need more is a friend, and for that, Castle must temporarily endure the absence of an officer.
We're ready, General.
Excellent. Tell the patrol to retreat immediately. Activate the automatic aiming system and enter the long-distance targeting coordinates. Coordinates: Sudeamboro, port 309. Our efforts over the last few months are finally about to bear fruit. Hodderer, will you do the honors?
Well, Hodder is about to shoot me. Well, shoot at me.
Lieutenant, Dublin looks like they're about to win.
That's not the situation, but that's also not what matters. Regardless of who wins, what's important is that they keep each other in check. That's the situation we need. One that allows your people to charge.
Charge?
Indeed. Well, they're too occupied with us. That's your best opportunity to get out of the city.
No!
What's on your mind, Robin?
Lieutenant, I don't want to leave anymore. But I have to stay.
But this might be the only chance you have to leave Londinium. After the scuffle here today, the Sarkas will have the gate blocked tomorrow. Conceal your weapons. Blend in with the other civilians. Hurry, get going.
We can't just run away like this. Lieutenant, we can still fight. You see that? You took down a Dublin fighter and injured 2 Sarkas. This crossbow is pretty crude. It's nothing like the standard issue military crossbows we're used to. You made it, right? You even need to make your weapons yourself. Don't you also need more men?
It's not a question of what I need. If you don't want to leave, I won't force you. I don't want to order another good soldier out of the fight. Not again. Not when she wanted to stay.
Lieutenant?
Let's set that aside for now. We need to get out of here first. Now's the best shot we're going to get. So if you don't want to move onwards, then fall back with us.
Doctor, Sarkis troops are withdrawing from the fight. I find it strange that after fighting us and Dublin for so long, the Sarkis didn't call in reinforcements or start massacring the Dublin forces. That's not how the Sarkis usually fight. Even the mercenaries that W brought with her into Reunion fought more ferociously than they did.
We're about to get shot.
Doctor, have we fallen into a trap? This conflict came about so spontaneously and coincidentally. It's as if someone was trying to corral us all together. And then... do you think they set all this up for us? Siege said she found other people who were blending into the crowd just like us. They seem to be on the civilian side. Might they be the ones the Sarkis were after?
Combat operators, withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Scout teams cover the escape for combat operators and the civilians. Everyone find the nearest place to bunker down and prepare to evacuate. The doctor ordered a retreat.
Huh? We're about to complete our rescue, though.
There must be a reason behind it. Let's go. Excuse me, Miss Indra. I'm over here.
Tama? Don't go over there.
A flash of light suddenly fills everyone's eyes. A scalding wave of heat erupts forth, incinerating almost everything it touches. The very little solid debris shoots out. The force of the impact reminds the survivors how they were only a single step away from death. And this threat came from above.
What the fuck was that? Did we get a bomb dropped on us?
A huge crater
Suddenly appeared in the ground. Tama! Smoke's too thick, I can't see anything.
Indra! Siege told you to stop.
Fine, I owe you another one.
As long as you get it. Now hurry, let's get out of here.
That was a warning shot, indeed.
Honor your orders! Move out! 私たちにお任せください。
Sarkis Hairbearer warrior. Word from the Sarkis Royal Court army has received the living blood of the Sanguinarch of vampires, while they were reborn as a touch of the Sanguinarch after falling in the battle.
Forward! みんな、私に続け!
Well, that's also a bit of an issue.
Standing by. Tactics sharpen the mind.
Ah, fuck.
Here we are. Ha! That ain't gonna work on me.
ここからは一歩も引かない。
これが戦場というものね。
貫く!
Standing by. Discipline strengthens the will.
了解。ハニー。
What the fuck?
込めた怒りの炎。今
Okay. Should have put croissant next to
問題ないわほら
Hashiguma. Yep. Okay. At least she dodged it.
チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえる？
射撃補助モジュール展開っと
貫く。
この一本がさここね
Standing by. Benevolence shall save lives.
みんな私に続け。
アースユニットチャージ中。
遅いここ遅すぎる
貫く。
Fuck.
Alrighty. もしどこか治療モード適用します。
ほらしっかり
Orders, please. Slavery shall overcome evil.
ここ
貫く。
Oh, okay.
Ah, the lip fell over. Had been a little lower, my leg would have.
Hold on. I mean, hold on to my construct, you idiot. She actually said it.
Don't drag me down too. It's hard enough to stay afloat bringing you a bunch with me. Captain, thank you.
Next time, it's more about how you run, so you're less of a nuisance.
Oh, watch out, Captain.
That's an artillery shell. It's far more destructive than normal artillery. And it was aimed so precisely at a small area.
Manfred, you've been watching us this whole time? Bloody hell, that slimy devil.
Alright, everyone, stop right here. We don't need to chase after those sarcasms. It's for the driver. He's dead. It's a cursed place.
Lieutenant, what's this? How can the city's defense artillery do this?
Londinium's wall defenses were built almost 70 years ago. This is the first time. Their cannons have been aimed inside the city. Not too shabby. Even 10% of its firepower is enough to melt ordinary structures. So this is the Londinium's ultimate defense. That was only an auxiliary cannon. Our weapon experts have said the main guns are able to easily penetrate the armor of any high-speed warship. Weapon expert? You're talking about the officer from the Defense Forces engineering team. I must thank you for capturing his wife and daughter. She's still alive. As long as he is of use to the Sarkas, he will not die. Artillerymen, target lift 11. The shot went wide. Unfortunate, we'll have to improve our accuracy. These cannons were meant to point outwards, after all. Outwards. Before we entered Londinium, the defensive artillery was aimed at the
Ducal army outside the walls. When we entered the city under the guise of quelling the Duke's conflicts, they never even thought to put us in their sights. Does that count as pointing outwards? Since the fall of Gaul and the silence of Iberra, long time has passed without Victoria facing any real external threat. Indeed, which is why His Majesty found this opportunity for us. Such sophisticated weaponry should be put to greater use, rather than sitting here as ornaments adorning the doorway. Artilleryman, activate dynamic target tracking. Very good, it's working. We had to spend nearly a whole month to calibrate them. Luckily, they seem to be working well enough. These weapons put us in control of everything that enters and exits Londinium. Once all of our cannons are in place, there will be nowhere to hide under the shadow of the steel walls. Dublin seems to be drawing away the artillery fire. Is this a test run? Is their purpose really just to calibrate? No, they're ultimately unconcerned with the sport.
Lieutenant, what do we know now?
Continue to withdraw towards the city. However, the rest of Sudan is no longer safe. The Zarkas are tightening their grip on Londinium. As long as the city's artillery is pointed inwards, our lives are in their hands. Unless...
What's your plan, Lieutenant?
It's nothing. Let's go. We'll talk after we made our escape.
These bloody walls, these bloody cannons! Captain, your constructs got destroyed again.
I fucking saw that.
Don't just stand there staring. Away with you! Get out of here!
Forcing us to run, eh? Mark my words, Manfred. You insult me like this today.
I swear I'll... Captain, that one I just saw running off that way. Looked rather familiar.
The Lupo brunette.
Is it her?
Get her!
Ugh! Be careful, Captain.
What have you done?
I'm protecting you. Run! You still have to fight for the leader.
Fine, fine. You're the 13th. 13th Terran life. I will mark you down on the leader's place. One day I will personally make the Sarkas pay for each and every life.
General, we routed Dublin's team,
I saw.
but we couldn't find the rebels. Those fly insects, they peeked their heads out for a moment, but they vanished again after we activated the cannons. Could they have been killed already?
What do you think?
I don't think our job would be that easy.
I'm glad you understand.
Then did they blend into the crowd? Should we notify the patrol so they can detain the civilians and continue the search?
No need. Continue to bombard the port. Oh, and increase the firepower.
Increase the firepower? The port is almost completely destroyed. I can't imagine anyone will be hiding there still.
They won't ever take this route again. Besides, have you ever seen a Zarkas draw only half of the sword? Now that we've begun, why not let them see exactly what we are capable of? You're putting on a show of force for them. You want to cut off their escape and force them to come out. This game of hide and seek has gone on long enough. Even if I don't mind waiting, the same cannot be said for His Majesty and the Royal Court. Doesn't matter who it is. If they have a plan, I'd like them to hurry up with it.
Doctor, we don't have anywhere safe to hide. Even if we all took cover under the structure, we'd still be
Vulnerable to the artillery pulling us to bits. I've done some rough calculations. Those cannons are fully charged. They'd be able to shot clean through a standard city plate. This flimsy sheet plate above our heads on the wall would stand a chance. Siege, Londinium's cannons here are serious business. This is the first time I've seen them fired off in such a scale.
Well, that means they're rolling out the red carpet for us, right?
If that were the idea, we would be wiped out 50 kilometers outside the walls.
Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Amiya, my drones can't reinforce these plates any further. At this rate, we're going to get blasted sky high. We need to get out of here. Dublin also scrambled to get away as fast as they could, but they used arts constructs to defend themselves and let their wounded behind.
Why is our luck so rotten? Are we going to die here? We won't leave a single Londinier behind.
Scout team, have you located the artillerymen? Not yet.
I'm afraid we can't find them. Londinium's urban defense cannons, and these wall looming in front of us, have always been a single entity.
In other words, we have no way of stopping the barrage if we can't scale the wall or get inside it.
Well, we couldn't find a way inside, so...
I can't just hide here waiting to die either. Why don't I run out there and try to draw their fire? With my skills, I should be able to buy a few minutes.
not happening.
If you're not letting her do it alone, then let's all go.
Settle down, you two. Dagda, have you been hanging around Indra for so long that your brain turned to muscle? Hey. If it was as easy as getting some live bait out there, would the two of us still be here making a scene? Our armor could maybe take 2 hits from a standard crossbow. Our friends in engineering spend months working hard to make it. You're going to run out there and get yourself killed. Never should have come to Londinium in the first place. Alright, I get it. But I swear I'm not letting anything happen to Vina. We haven't even been home yet.
Too early to be saying that kind of stuff. Doctor, you have a plan. The drones.
Drones? I see. Oh, so that's where you're going with it. That makes sense. What are you mumbling on about now, Closure? Doctor barely said 2 words. You're acting like you had a whole conversation. Oh, my bad. I just got an idea. Those cannons seems pretty intelligent, and at such a long range, they can't be completely manual. They must have some way of locking onto moving targets near the ground. 1 or 2 guys running around won't be enough to get the cannons off our backs. If I deploy all of my drones at once, the target algorithm might see them as a higher priority threat than us and the civilians, but there's no guarantee. Well, obviously I can't promise anything. Closure! The reinforcements failed. The pressure is too great for the drones to withstand. The base plate is going to collapse within 30 seconds.
We have no other choice. Let's give it a try. Oh, the doctor's signal. Oh, on the doctor's signal, all operators prepare to withdraw.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Fucking run!
Drones, launching. Run, everyone. Go, go! Did it work?
It bought us just enough time to move to a structure a few steps away. This place won't last long either.
Well, that was our one shot too. The precious drones have all been reduced to scrap. Even I can't just conjure up another batch. We can't safely move forward or retreat backwards. If we want to escape the cannon fire, we're going to have to take some risks. I wish there was some way around all of this.
Heard you needed a guide?
Huh?
Who the fuck is that?
Miss Wabbit, I'd like to talk to you. But before that, I appreciate it if you could have your people lower their weapons.
Who are you?
Let's save the introductions for later.
Claws, machete, and this hammer? Ma'am, your weapon looks plenty brilliant, but I'd appreciate it if you could keep it away from my head. Otherwise, this friend of yours might be in danger.
Doctor!
What, me?
Not too close now. 1 more step and your friend's head becomes a mess on the wall.
Amiya, the drone! One of the drones wrapped around when we weren't paying attention. It's locked into the doctor's head.
You sure know your stuff, Miss Pointy Ears. To be honest, I'm getting more and more curious about you lot.
All hands, weapons down.
There we go. That's nice. Oh, make sure you get the message to your snipers around the corner too. But they haven't blinked since I showed up.
Do as he says.
Lovely.
Sir, I hope you believe us when we say that we'd never move to harm a stranger unprovoked, but harm one thread on the doctor's hood, and I promise you right here, right now, I don't need a weapon to ensure you never threaten another human being.
Alright. Ugh, this place is already dangerous enough. Seriously going to get blown up before we even start our mission? Right, we don't want the sarcasm to turn us to dust, and we don't have time to be pointing weapons at each other's heads. Listen up, I have an idea. Please come with me, nice and easy. I'm gonna keep borrowing your friend here until we get where we're going. Well, that's not very nice. Sorry, but you don't get a say. Behave yourself and come along with me, my faceless friend. I have a face, I just don't have a shape.
私には誇れる才能なんて
Kind
何
of.
もない。だから狙撃手として敵は必ず半径3メートル圏外で仕留めるように気をつけてる。
Breath of the city. Veins pulse from deep underground, their sound covered by the military vehicles making through the streets.
Oh, that's a bit more my speed. Sure.
Pipes. They are buried deep underground, with no end in sight. These pipes connect the entire city. They are the veins of Londinium. It is through them that the energy is supplied to Londinium's heart. And that is where we are right now. Never fear the darkness before your eyes. When the sun sets at night, the shadows live on the city's veins. When the light is taken, you trust your ears, your nose, and your remaining senses. Listen carefully. The mechanical rumble is the flow of its blood. The gears rotate rhythmically, like breathing. Indeed, Londinium is alive. Even if we do not sit on its tall throne, it lives on as its own organism. If you ever find yourself here again one day, no matter what may be chasing you, you needn't be afraid. After all, you roam through the body of Londinium. Vina, you are home.
Okay, everyone, we can stop here for a while. Where exactly are we? We've been climbing down all this time, so we buried ourselves into some kind of pipeline. The walkway's broader, but it's still stark as hell. Oh, Sark. Ah! Are you those cutthroats who would drive us to some abandoned construction site and slice our neck? Well, you might be right about that. Who the hell are you anyway, punk? Don't think we'd just follow you every word. To be on the safe side, let me ask you the same question. Who are you people? Why are you trying to sneak into Londinium?
Before we answer that, we need you to let our employee go.
Right, you're taking me hostage. So who the friend your commander? Sure enough, figured out who calls the shots in battle. That said, Wabbit lady, you're the one who's actually in charge, right? Don't be so surprised. I'll admit you have a few tricks up your sleeves, but we're locals. We know this playbook a lot better than you.
A local? You live in Londinium then? Were you part of that big fight earlier?
Stop with the guesses. We haven't worked up the mutual trust yet. Dublin and the Sarkas fighting each other doesn't prove anything. Them bickering doesn't mean we should fall down on either side.
Londinium's veins.
What did you say?
We've made it inside Londinium.
How can you tell?
These pathways connect the city to the outside. They can get us past the circus guards and inside the city. How long have we walked? 20 minutes? Reckon we're right underneath a certain key facility in Sodin right now. Facility isn't far from the walls, and it's a key hub. From here you can get to many places in the city. Rail tracks. It's another kilometer or two ahead and there will be a train station above us. You know Londinium well. Suppose you used to live here? I'm a local too. No wonder. I was about to say your hammer feels especially familiar. Feline lady. You're a feline, right? Whatever you are, that's what I am. Really regret this if you guys are actually Sargas spies, aren't I?
Don't hurt the doctor!
It can't hurt me. Huh? When did you take over the drone? You're holding it in your bare hands? I can detonate the drone bomb right now, you know. Drone's not finished. It just flies. This is bad. When did you figure it out? When I was talking to you? Or when I led you down the underground passage? Maybe even before that. Hold on, you didn't. You couldn't have figured out all the way back to when I captured you that this drone poses no threat? And you let me drag you all the way down here? You think my friends didn't know? If I thought for a second you were going to hurt the doctor, my hammer would have cracked your skull before you could even touch the remote. You know, you really should have picked someone dumber from your hostage. Like this punk who only knows how to speak with her fist. She might have fallen for your trick. You think it could come anywhere close? Huh, so the signal jammer I brought along isn't going to come in handy?
Mr. Local, I think it's about time we put an end to this charade. No more testing each other. We may not face enemy cannon fire, but there's still a threat to the both of us out there. Haven't we proven ourselves? We've had many opportunities to take you down from the moment we met. Suppose we were actually spies sent here by the Sargas. We've already figured out the size of things here. So why waste any more time talking to you? The only reason that the doctor was playing the hostage here and that we willingly followed you into this passageway is because we believe you mean no harm. Shouldn't you put your trust in us more and tell us what your goal is?
That sounds very convincing.
I mean, you could say I'm your hostage now.
Rock, come on out.
The drones? So many? With that formation, they're aiming at us, aren't they? They could shoot us all full of holes.
Rock, stop it. Doesn't matter if they spot you or your drones. Considering their strength, I wouldn't be able to get out alive if we came to blows.
If you knew that, maybe you shouldn't have brought me along to play your stupid games.
Fine, you're right. Hey, hooded friend. Can you give Rock 17 back? The drone in your hand there. It's only half drone. If you break it, Rock's going to be livid.
Whew, well, pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm Feist. This is Rock, my partner.
We belong to the Londinium Citizens Self-Starvation Corps.
Hold up, I'm drinking some coffee.
How many places do you think there are on Londinium that our eyes cannot reach?
Countless many.
There are thousands of old factories in the city. Right, roughly 4 in 10 are abandoned. The remaining 60% are still operational. Most of the factories that are still running are built on the sites of even older factories. The factory buildings might as well be labyrinths filled with centuries worth of industrial waste. As many factories as there are even more slums hidden away beneath the factory buildings. Not even the top echelons of the city's defense force can say how many there are living in the civilian, industrial, and all logistic districts. Sometimes I even think this place isn't so different from Castle. The more colorful outer shells is the main difference. That and they buried the rotten parts deeper inside to keep the stench from suffocating the distinguished elite.
Trying to fish a group of troublemakers out of Castle slums. Trying to fish a group of troublemakers out of the Castle slums in 3 days. It's like trying to rob a group of Lateran envoys covered by the Arknights on your own. Not an easy task.
We're still built atop the foundation that we were all born in Castle. Londinium.
Sorry, just had to check something.
Who dares to claim to know Londinium so well? How long did it take us to defeat the Parliamentary Guard and take command of 70% of the city's defense forces?
Less than a week.
How long did it take us to hang the aristocrats that took the lead in the opposition and defeat the hooligans they spent great sums to hire dozens of times until they all finally fell in line?
Month and a half.
Yet we are now months into our tug of war with these so-called rebels here in the Sudan streets and alleys. In just half a year, we seized nearly every borough in Londinium. Every borough except this one. A half-abandoned industrial district, from the south all the way to the north. It surrounds the mountains in Londinium Center and connects to rarely visited old logistic districts.
This is where the history of Londinium begins.
So the history books claim. I know that there must be at least one king, perhaps even several, who are dissatisfied with my progress.
You mentioned that they wanted to completely seal off this ward.
They are far too easily offended. As soon as command here falls into their hands, they will build a new wall between Sudan and the other wards with the bodies of the Londiniers.
At the very least, the region supports you.
No, it is I who must do everything I can to support the general. The court does not understand the general's pain. They do not understand how fragile the current balance is. Do you know why I insisted on activating only the secondary defense cannons? If I activate the preliminary cannons right now, will the dukes out there march right inside? Suppose we proceed to slaughter all the people of Londinium. Will that once again stir disloyalty among the nobles in the city and the soldiers who join us, causing them to turn their swords against us and fight to the bitter end? Suppose we completely abandon this industrial district. How much longer would the general's plans be delayed without the trains carrying materials to the Shard every day? The Lord's pride prevented them from casting their ancient skulls downward to see these foreign cities. In my opinion, if we are to control all of Londinium, the most difficult battle we must fight is right before our eyes.
The Sarkas calls us the rebels. We got no complaints in that department. If the only way to save ourselves is by standing up against them, then even the most ordinary of Londiniers will take up arms.
Do you know what's happening in the other wards?
Can't be better than here. All of us either work for the Sarkas or die. We've been getting bits and pieces of news from up north. From what I heard, the Sarkas army there is much more cruel. Rena, doesn't that mean Barrett and the rest who stayed behind? Calm down. How am I supposed to be calm? It's been 5 years. 5 years. I don't even know if they're still...
We'll find them. Soon, we'll find each of them, one by one.
Okay, Vina, I trust you. No matter where they are. No matter if they're alive or... Never mind. Won't get so gloomy in front of everyone. Ladies, as long as your friends are still alive, we should have a way to get in touch with them.
You operate outside of Sudan too.
We can get anywhere in Londinium, even outside the city. For each of us they take away, 10 more join our ranks. Rock is a born and bred Sudan girl. She's one of our most senior fighters. She knows better than the rest of us how to our team grew bit by bit. Seeing as you're leading a team now, we might have been adding to our ranks a little too quickly. Heh, what do you think led you to 11 victories, Lieutenant? All we did was lead people underground. How does that count as a victory? Managing to live another day under the Sarkas' noses, all the while we get to keep operating in the dark. I call that a win. It's just as you saw. The Sarkas haven't taken complete control of Sudan yet. The terrain and flow of people here are so chaotic that if the Sarkas really are trying to take control of every inch, then they must have underestimated the place. And besides, this is where the last Londinium Defense Force squad fought the Sarkas. Looks like they lost too. They fought and they lost. The battle was over quick. Way too quick. Before any of us could react, the Sarkas were already standing atop the walls.
It's all because of the traitors. They bought out our elite squads.
Miss, were you in the military?
No, I wasn't. I was a local, like them.
Ah, right, local. I know the military had its share of traitors, plenty of them even. Traitors and some of the aristocrats defected to the Sarkas with much more of the defense force. Outside Sudan, you may still find Londinium forces patrolling the streets. Their commanding officers are all regulars at Sarkas soirees now. Soirees.
What about the last squad that fought here?
They held out to the bitter end. Each of them paid a dear, terrible price. Don't know how many of them survived, but I think, having experienced a hopeless fight like that, even if they made it out alive, their hearts must ache whenever they look at Londinium's walls. Don't be so alarmed. Keep your head up. Take your hand off the crossbow and relax a little. Residents here are used to seeing all kinds of people. They won't help us, but as long as they don't feel their lives are in danger, they won't follow Dublin or the Sarkas' orders.
Half under the enemy's watchful eyes. Can imagine going through that.
Do you know how they used to think of us?
Haven't thought about it.
Never did either.
Lieutenant?
Alright, stop calling me Lieutenant. I'm Horn here. There are way too many lieutenants running around, of all different factions.
Right, Horn. Where are we going?
To regroup with my companions first. The Sarkas patrol will pass by the area in 5 minutes. We'll split into 2 teams and follow the rail tracks east separately. After 350 meters, you'll see an iron staircase leading up. If you hear 5 metallic knocks, come on up. 3 stay put, 2 disband immediately. You might think the abandoned factories there look familiar. Don't be surprised, it's Dublin's stronghold.
Isn't that a little dangerous?
With Dublin occupying the area, the Sarkas don't go there often. Want to try your hand at hide and seek? You're welcome to join in on the fun. So are you really just normal business? Just like you're a normal engineer? Heh, that's putting it simply. Now that the Sarkas are in charge of Londinium, how am I to doubt your excuses? You're security personnel working for a medical corporation, right? Let's see. Team with a total of 7 people. All of you are outfitted with military-grade equipment, and you work well with each other. You even have these half-decent drones. Half-decent? What the fuck you mean half-decent? You can't talk about my work like that. Alright, settle down. I didn't get a good look at them up there. Maybe you can show them to me another time. Sarkas blew them all up. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Why don't you try fixing them? You should have a couple of wrecked drones left, right? How about I take a look at one of them for you? I have a lot of tools. I have all the tools we need.
Oh sure, I did manage to snatch 2.
I don't think we should say we're Rhode Island specifically, although they probably already said it. You have to work with us first before we can share it. Whoa, so much cautious. Doctor. What kind of doctor are you anyway? No idea. Never mind. We'll talk about it another time, in a rush. If a doctor gets amnesia, do they still get to be a doctor? Or do they forget about how to be a doctor? I just had a random thought, never mind. That aside, How did you make it to Londinium in the first place? I've told you plenty about the city situation. If we're working with each other, why don't you tell me something about the outside?
It was a long journey.
I know you already fought Dublin.
You have eyes outside the city.
Webbit lady, we talk about this. We're sharing information with each other.
Okay. Taking us back a bit, we did have a run-in with Dublin outside Londinium.
Breath of the city.
みんなくれぐれも気をつけて。
各自配置につけ。貫く。Forward.
Okay, but why are you moving like that?
貫く。
これが戦場というもの。
Hey, Riddle!
Standing by.
Hope you're having a good
Bravery
one.
shall overcome evil.
I'm doing a thing. Ah, there we go.
チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえ
What
る。
the fuck? Sarka's Hairbearer, ASB. While in battle, reborn creations have increased attack, and their attacks will additionally deal necrosis damage. Oh. So I don't want that. Okay. Apparently currently dealing with reborn creations.
他の人はついてこれる。
みんな私に続け。
落ち着いて。
Oh, the double health regen is really nice. They brought the blood truck. Yep.
ここからは一歩も引かない。
Standing by. Discipline strengthens the will.
ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。みんな私に続け。
ここ。
オートキャリブレーション中よ。
God dang it.
了解。私の仲間を傷つけたければまずはこの盾に許可を取ってからにしてもらおう。
I might not need Blaze there.
ん？家まで送ろうか？高温気体力学はね。
みんな私に続け。
Orders, please. Benevolence shall save lives.
I might need Blaze there.
体が重く感じてきた？この一本が最後だからちょい待ち。私が怖いですか？こういう香りは好き？Alrighty. オッケー。
抗ってみなよ。
That ain't gonna work on me.
遅い。
Fuck.
君にできるかな。
What can I do you for?
この辺温度が低すぎるかな。
Alright, I forget that does that.
ポートキャリブレーション中よ。
貫く。
Okay. Do I still have coffee? No, I don't. 10:20 a.m. Overcast. 527 kilometers out of Londinium. Operation Platform of an Abandoned Mine. Talking complete.
Nothing out of the ordinary? Whew. Maybe we should take a break now. Or are you going to start?
Quiet.
Dame calls it. It's been a while.
This rotten smell?
A vampire in a doctor's gown too. How strange. Retract your fangs. Not even the oldest red eyes dare to approach my flesh. They are cowards, all, and they fear my seething anger could cause their fangs to rot.
Calcit, how many Sarkas are there who could cause me to lose my composure, even for a moment?
There's at least one, right in front of you. It's been a long time since I saw an old Sarkas hero walking Terra. I presume there must be a reason that you are gracing these barren lands with your presence, King of... Fuck. King of the
Najazur? Najazur.
You could say I'm here to visit an old friend.
Hold up a second. Okay, sorry about that. We've met twice.
You look very different the first time. As for the second time,
I saw someone outside the ship on the day of their accident, so that was really you. I thought the Nashuz court has already been made its choice, had already made its choice when it turned blind eye to an assassination that despicable.
be it then or now, the Nashazur have only ever had one choice. We are Sarkas, and we are loyal to the Sarkas. Not the throne or crown, much less ancient witchcraft. For the past few centuries, I have feasted on the flesh and blood of countless enemies, and I have witnessed the fall of several Sarkas heroes. Some of them died by the blades of the strongest foes, while others were assassinated. I thought I am here because I seek an answer. Tell me, what killed the last pure-blooded Wendigo? Answer me, Dame.
Calcit, hurry up and get Monster out. He's going to strike. The landship is right there. We can't just...
Oops. Hear me, Nashazur King. I will not fight you here. Poltrakasti has departed the cage that had confined him for his entire life. I will not tarnish his last wish with pointless violence.
Is this your way of commemorating a Sarkas hero? By running away so loathsomely?
I am not running away. I gave you the answer you wanted, just like when the Wendigo wanted a fight in place of answers. I will say it again, Nashazur King. I refuse to fight you here. You feed on the flesh of your enemies and swallow their cries and regrets to fuel your next battle. Yet we are not enemies. There were times when we fought alongside each other, and there were also times when we had to rise swords against each other over different opinions.
Likewise, this applies to Rhodes Island and Buldroga Tea when he sided with Reunion. Just as you witnessed her passing, I witnessed the return of a Wendigo soul to Castle.
You say you are his witness?
I am.
And he chose you himself?
In his final moments, Buldroga Tea wanted a fitting opponent and a friend to talk to.
Very well. I accept your answer. Now, you show yourself, Confessorius. Had I moved to strike, even if the black monster did not come out, you would have raised your blade against me. Even I would have to dodge the blade of a Confessorius. That is, if you can unsheath your blade.
You know,
I've known your kind for centuries. On the contrary, I am surprised that you joined the side of that outblood successor. Can you carry the burden of your disobedience?
it doesn't matter whether I can or cannot. Since the moment I was born, I have carried these sins.
Exactly. You fascinate me more than the masked one in Londinium. And the great Banshee, the young one, is he not here? He is young in years, but his mother taught him well. If he were here, your odds would be a fair bit higher.
Your anger has quelled, Najazar King.
That does not mean I would not wish to kill you. Let me ask you, is this ship built atop the remnants of a colossal artifact still the field base of the Sarkas King in exile?
We never once called ourselves that, not even when she was still alive.
You still won't admit it, even though the Outblood successor has now led her forces into Londinium.
Amiya knows her role. We don't want a war to break out before our eyes. There should be no more needless sacrifices. Both Victorians and Sarkas have shed more than enough blood already.
Poppycock, a helpless child who dares not call herself king, presumes to save the Sarkas.
I would never presume to persuade the king of a Sarkas court.
At least you know your place. Then, it takes far more than your debate skills to win the approval of the courts. The Outblood successor will face a challenge in that iron fortress unlike any before.
Is that why you allowed Amiya into Londinium? The Nashazarer take their nutrients from war. Failure brings nothing but unproductive decay. It seems you still have the doubts about whether the Military Commission's resolution will truly bring victory to the Sargas.
Nonsense!
Not now, monster. Nashazarer King, I'm not doubting the leadership of the Sargas army. Just as you said, I'm here to talk to you as an old friend. Thanks to the Victorian dukes, Londinium is now an impenetrable fortress, yet the Rhesus is still able to summon the kings to the city. This tells us that you and your army are guarding the passages into Londinium, yet you did not stop our infiltration. You had the opportunity to kill me and destroy Rhodes Island, but you didn't. And that's because of Amiya.
How would I know whether it is rebirth or destruction she will wreak unless I get to see her wear the black crown with my own eyes?
You will. She will surpass what you, no, what any of us could ever imagine.
Let us put an end to our friendly conversation. an eternally young dame, a free-willed vampire, and a Count Fesarius who left her kind. We shall meet again in Londinium.
Huh. He's gone, Calcit. Truth be told, that really got my blood pumping. I'll live for a few centuries now. There are still a lot of things I haven't finished. In his eyes, the real battlefield lies elsewhere. That is the only reason he let Rhodes Island be. And I was just saying I don't want to go back to Castle. Even if I don't go looking for trouble, trouble's knocking on my door. Calcit, we can't let something like this happen again. Otherwise, I'm not sure I can guarantee Rhodes Island's safety. Could be in trouble the second you two leave the ship. It is time for us to depart. Shining, what is your decision? Doctor, Lisa and I are ready. We can leave at a moment's notice. I noticed that you didn't deny the Nashazur King's accusations. There is no point in denying it. For the past 3 years, life aboard Rhodes Island has been peaceful. Neither Liz nor I could have asked for more. It is time to say our goodbyes then. Doctor, you know very well that if we continue our journey together, both you and Amia will be in much more danger. However, if Rhodes Island needs us, we will remain.
Sir, offensive cannon S-309 has been activated. Looks like Manfred's has made some progress. Should we report this to the Regent? No need. All of this is according to His Majesty's plans. Manfred still needs more concrete achievements as he is trying to earn the court's trust. Capturing some fighters is far from enough. Activating the secondary cannons is the first step. Tell him that His Majesty needs not one, or even several unimportant plates. Should it be necessary, we can abandon even an entire district. What's the matter? Stay still. The enemy? Here! Stay still if you want to keep your head. What an unexpected guest!
You don't seem very surprised.
Let me put it another way. We've been waiting for your arrival. The ship stopped somewhere in the Barrenlands outside Londinium, and I thought you would only have just made it to the walls. Nonetheless, this is hardly surprising. Assassins are always on the move, no?
You talk too much.
I have you to thank for giving me the opportunity then. If you want to kill me, why not just do it? Your control of the shadows is so masterful that not even I could notice you immediately. And your breathing. It seems you did not neglect the techniques you learned from His Majesty after leaving his side. He will be happy to know that.
Shut the fuck up.
Letting your emotions get the better of you is unbecoming of an assassin. How nimble!
You're tougher than the others, sure enough.
Is that why you didn't strike first? The life of a confessorius is not worth taking if it means trading your own. I see. You have yet to see His Majesty since you've entered the city.
The shadow shows no signs of change. It does not move, much less answer. The confessorius gazes past the swath of emptiness to the window and beyond. There is nothing but another swath of emptiness there. A golden ray of light flutters from his motionless hand towards the faint sunlight outside the window.
When you reach the throne, you might meet much more than just His Majesty. I look forward to seeing the look in your face, Ascalon.
So they have arrived.
Yes, Your Majesty. Our leader has already met one of them in the legislature.
Inform Manfred. We must find out who is among them.
The young general should have already met with our messenger, but
He can handle this matter.
we understand your trust in Manfred, your majesty. But I must emphasize that he is busy dealing with the rebels on all sides. Judging by the results, it seems he did not immediately detect Rhodes Island's approach.
Tell me the candidates.
The kings have shown keen interest in that fake for some time now. Aside from the two who have already begun their moves, the Sanguinarch has also grown tired of superfluous social engagements with the city's nobles. He's happy to head to Sodain to Manfred's aid.
Remind him that should he ever find the Sarkis King and Shapeless, bring them to me at once.
What of the dame? Of course, the National King will keep an eye on her, but we must be prepared too.
Let the vampires deal with her as they see fit.
Very well, your majesty. I'm sure the Prince of Blood will be elated. On another note, our leader would like to know if you would have us arrange more guards to secure your surroundings.
No need. If anyone wishes to call on me, let them come.
There's one more thing. Suppose she wants to meet with that group. Should we interfere?
Let her go.
Well, in that case, what if she meets her old friends from Rhodes Island? Would that be a risk?
You remind me now that the witchcraft of the Confessary is unreliable.
My apologies. Please do not be angered. Just as you saw, her ideas and actions represent the Sarkis' will. This will should be more than capable of defeating any lingering emotions from the past. Yet the Confessary exists to extinguish any lurking problems. Our leader must consider all possibilities.
No need. A puppet locked inside a cage cannot lead the Sarkis on the battlefield. Tell the Confessary that I will say this only once. Do not ever insult Teresa again with these excuses. And do not ever insult me again.
We should be nearly there. Got a signal. What does it mean, huh? An emergency meeting? Was there some kind of emergency? Rock, we have to get back. What about them? Commander's order is to bring them to this position. She wouldn't have time to see them now. Leave them here. That's a bit of a waste of time, isn't it? How about this? I'll bring them to the commander. No. Huh? We still can't be sure these outsiders are the ones we're looking for. Who else could they be? Well, that's for the commander and the captains to decide. You've already taken a big risk bringing them to the tunnel without permission and leading them this far. I've already tested them. You're quite smart, I'll admit, but you trust others too easily. Take a closer look at your new friends, especially the one who's also into drones. Huh? Who, me? She's a Sarkis. Yeah, I'm a Sarkis. What's the matter? Well, I'm not the only Sarkis here. There. Amia?
Right, Miss Rockrock. They are Sarkis, and they are also our trusted friends. We are not like the Sarkis who took over your home up there.
Whether they're the same or not, whether they're the same is not for you to decide. What's that supposed to mean? Should have told us sooner you weren't keen on working with us. Wouldn't have squirmed around in these dark tunnels for so long. You're locals. If you want to stay, we will welcome you like I welcome all my brothers in arms. But I can't trust them so easily. Doesn't matter what you say.
We live together. We die together.
All of them are equally trustworthy.
Just as the doctor said. Miss Rockrock, we've already exchanged plenty of intelligence. If you still want to afford us the most basic trust, I don't think we should force ourselves to keep walking this tunnel together. Mr. Feist, on behalf of Rhodes Island, thank you for assisting us earlier. We will leave you and find our own way out.
Wait.
That's not what Rock meant.
I know. I can see where Miss Rockrock is coming from and how she feels. Resentment always has a root cause, and I definitely won't blame her for this. Rhodes Island has faced similar problems, both before and now. Whether the suspicion and distrust arose because we are infected or because we stand with the Sarkas, it's all one and the same to us. We will prove Rhodes Island's positioning with our actions. But I hope you can also understand that we can't stand side by side next to someone who looks at us with such a disdainful gaze.
Well said, Wabbit. You're a fine leader. But that's not going to change my position. I'm responsible for my brothers and sisters in arms too. Feist, Captain Feist, I'll get going now. Send the word out and have everyone get ready. If you really thought it through, take these people to the commander. She will make the final decision. Whatever her orders are, I will follow them. Rock? I mean, did I say something wrong? Our relationship didn't break down because of me, right?
No, Closure. Whether or not we are friends is for Mr. Feist to decide.
Come, my Rose Island friends. I sure hope my judgment is correct. Otherwise, my lieutenant definitely won't forgive me, and I won't be able to show my face in front of our commander again.
Very well, Mr. Feist. We will follow you. It's a good thing that I want to meet your commander, too.
Yeehaw! Mission accomplished!
Okay. 10-6. Kin or otherwise. There's many a reason they agree to work together. They choose at times to be allies, at times to be enemies, and at times they have no other choice. Oh goody, more artillery. Alright. "186th day since making it back to Londinium. 3 more men joined us today. 2 of them are seriously hurt. Only Robin is still able to fight. In just this area, there are still at least 70 men in the enemy's hands. With all of Londinium fallen, there is no telling how many soldiers have been captured. I don't know whether they are still alive. And I certainly don't know whether I should hope they are still alive. Every day, someone who fought so hard to live leaves us forever. I try to remember the names of each and every one of them. The truth is that by the time I meet these men, most of them can no longer speak. I wish even just one more pair of ears could have heard their voices, and I wish there could be someone here to hear my voice. I hope you will one day see these records. I hope your mission outside is successful. I hope you won't be back in Londinium so soon. Horn, we got new hands settled in. Thanks, Blake. Don't give them any missions just yet. Let them rest a couple days.
Horn, I don't need time to settle in. I can go out there and fight whenever.
Fine. Blake, assign Robin to the 4th. He'll join the next ship as a scout. Roger that, Horn. Perfect timing. Dublin activity has been on the rise. We need more men. The 3rd still isn't back. Robin, you should stay here and get some rest.
I can do something else.
I suggest you come over here and sit down. We have half an hour at most. Don't waste it.
Alright.
I understand how you feel. You want to go out there and fight, right? The battle this morning wasn't enough to sate your hunger.
Right. My hand's still trembling. It wants me to hold my crossbow a while longer.
Robin, remember one thing. We are here not because we have to kill a few more Dublin soldiers or Sarkas. Our Top priority is to survive. After that, is to make sure as many of us survive as possible.
Horn, I understand.
Good. Now get some rest.
What is that you're holding?
A notepad. Use some random scribblings. Paid no mind.
You mentioned that you worked alone for a very long time. No wonder you have that kind of habit.
Heh. Maybe it's because I've been a captain for too long. It felt like something was missing when I had no one to give orders to. Thankfully, Blake and the lads stole this pen from the Dublin forces. Otherwise, I'd have to carve everything out letter by letter in the sewers. Yeah, I don't think I have any command set. Not sure even I know how to do that, so...
Just a bit of an FYI. Have you really done that before?
I'll take a look at the sewers all the way at the edge of the city. You might just find my magnum opus. Victoria, A Brief History. Personally carved by my own hand.
Huh. How long did that take you?
I'm just pulling your leg. Let's save the chit-chat for another time. Dublin could be here any moment. I'll get some sleep. You should too.
General, Dublin's Phil Lancaster is here. She wants to see you.
Is she alone?
Yes, she didn't bring anyone else.
Let her through.
General, her arts are hard to defend against.
So it's your opinion that I can't handle the Originium arts?
No, that is absolutely not what I meant, General. Just like General Theresis, you have my utmost respect as a warrior.
Then go back to where you belong.
Yes, General.
Orderer, stay here. I'm sure you are already prepared. Having met with the Confessarius messenger, I have a job for you. You want me to find the people from the ship? You worked with them before. Mercenary. Mercenaries never remember who we work with, not unless their heads are worth a lot. Surely it must be easy to deal with old friends, no? Maybe. The Babel assassin has already made it to the city center. It's the Confessari's job to fend her off. As for the others, Orderer, why don't you take a guess who they are, who they have? Mercenaries in the city still haven't found any traces of any one of them. They will make their moves sooner or later. For the past 6 months, our eyes in Victoria have been keeping a close eye on that ship, yet they were always one step ahead of us, to the point that they came all the way to Londinium without any of us noticing. Why do you think that's the case? There's only one possibility. There's someone working for them in Londinium. Someone working for them. An agent. They must have planted this sleeper agent years ago. And this agent must be of some standing too. Otherwise there is no way they could have escaped our watchful eyes. Makes sense. My impression is that the Dame Doctor's methods can be unorthodox. Orderer, look into the backgrounds of all the rebels we captured recently. You think we already caught them? There must be a reason why the Rhodes Islanders are still loitering nearby. "1:15 p.m. Overcast. Underground structure, Sodium Burrow, Londinium."
Here we are. Who's there?
Oh, Bill, it's me. I'm back.
It's you, huh, lad? I just saw Rock. I thought you two left on a mission together.
She came back first and she had something to take care of.
Who are these folks you have with you? Wait, Sarcast! Don't!
It's very likely they're the ones the commander's been waiting for.
I thought she's waiting for allies. There's no way they could be a bunch of devils.
Bill, give me a break. Where's the commander? I'll see her right now. Think about it. Do you really think there's a chance I could be a traitor?
Not one bit. Everyone here treats you like you're their own baby brother.
Rock, how you guard this place, right? Bring a few more men. You can escort us there.
Alright, if you say so. As for you lot, don't even think about pulling any funny moves. We're watching you, Sarkas.
Amiya, I feel a little unwelcome. Like, I've never felt this unwelcome. I get it. Sorry, they're unusually like this. It's just, they're a little sensitive about how some of you look. Ah, so they're racist. Things will be much better once our commander talks some sense into them. Come with me. They're having a meeting up ahead.
Did you not hear that? They blew the port up with the defensive cannons. We can't stay here any longer. It's too risky.
But if we leave Sudan, it won't be easy for us to come back to help the people here.
I want to help them too. You don't think I don't want to? But do you know where people are locked up? Are men supposed to search house by house in front of the Sarkas?
Feist and Rock have been searching for information.
They're too slow. The situation's changed. Sarkas could blow this hideout to smithereens at any moment. All of our hard work, gone.
The hideout is dead. Those people are alive.
That's awfully easy for you to say. It's not like it was you business folks who built this place from scratch, bit by bit.
Did we come at a bad time? Don't worry. Commander won't mind. Most folks here come from very different backgrounds. They might not agree with each other sometimes, but all of us stand together. Besides, no matter how out of hand their feud gets, as long as the commander is here, we'll find a solution in the end. Seems you really trust her. She rescued most of us. If it wasn't for our commander, we would long have died by the hands of the Sarkas or Dublin. Just like Rock. Her pa was beaten to death by the mercenaries because he wasn't willing to sell the defense force out. As for me, I didn't want to work for the Sarkas, so me and a few co-workers ran all the way here from Highbury. We almost died of hunger in the tunnels. In the end, it was the commander who found us. She was the one who pulled each of us up from our hopelessness and united us. All of us look up to her. We trust that she will lead us through each and every hopeless situation we come across.
Commander, help me out. We should get out of here right now, right?
Commander, I suggest we start a rescue operation right away.
Commander!
Harma, Terrell, calm down, both of you. Time is of the essence. There is no time for infighting. That voice.
Rena, what's the matter?
No, nothing. I might have just misheard.
Mr. Feist, is the one who last spoke your commander? She sounds very young.
Surprising, isn't it? When I first met her, I thought the exact same thing. Do you remember how I figured out you were the leader the moment I first saw you, Wabbit lady? Soon, you know how I knew. Come, let's meet our commander. Is that a fucking unicorn? Okay. For a second there I thought it would be Horn, but apparently I was wrong. What voice do I do?
I know how you feel, everyone. There is one point that I think requires no discussion. We will save our brothers and sisters in arms. If we let our enemies hurt our warriors, who would be willing to fight alongside us? If we let our enemies take our friends away, who would be willing to offer us a helping hand? We are the Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps. We must save Londinium, but before that, we need to save each and every one of our living friends.
Her hands are slender and delicate, fragile even, yet it seems to have enough power to quell the anger and anxiety that is about to boil over. The meeting room falls into silence. Those in attendance naturally cast their eyes on the commander. It is as though none of them have ever doubted whether her narrow shoulders could bear their heavy hope. Sorry, just needed to check something. The scene is somewhat familiar. Most of the Rhodes Island operators feel this way.
They all turn their gazes towards the Wabbit, who stands in front of them.
I think I know what Feist means now.
They really are kinda alike, right?
Sure.
Everyone, quiet down. Let's not interrupt our meeting.
Looks like we have a few new friends to greet before we discuss a concrete rescue plan. Feist, bring them here. Yes, Commander. Well met, Rhodes Island. I've been looking forward to your arrival. I'm Clovisia, the commander of the Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps.
General, the commander of Dublin is here.
Madame Mandragora.
General Manfred.
I trust you are here because you have something important to discuss.
You. You saw everything. You still pull up this act? You're really a sarcasm? They don't seem to be so tricky, like you.
Madame Mandragora, your words just now could be taken as being racist to the sarcasm.
Whatever you say. I'm here to apologize anyway.
Oh, you have an apology.
My men had a little misunderstanding with your people down at the port.
What do you mean, your people?
I'm here because I want to make sure the cooperation between us still stands.
Madam, let me remind you again. There are no concrete terms that we must follow for our cooperation to continue. Dublin will not interfere with Sarka's operation in Londinium. In exchange, we will allow you to remain in a demarcated area here. You can take that as a tacit understanding between the two of us.
You told me, yes, and I haven't forgotten.
Right, and it doesn't matter if you have. We will consider the ruckus earlier a reminder.
Thank you.
Don't be so quick to thank me. The Sarkas are not as forgetful as you.
What do you want me to do then? You want my life? That's what you really want?
If that's what I actually wanted, you would not have made it here. And you wouldn't have taken to the steps of... Westaleg those months ago either. What we want to see is a bit of sincerity from Dublin. Not the kind of sincerity where you snatch a few Victorian soldiers from us or kidnap a couple of Londinium citizens who escaped. It's about time that we actually cooperate.
Horn,
What's wrong?
I don't want to bother you, but Sally is not going to last much longer. It's like it's so swollen that you can't even squeeze any more pus out.
Is the third back yet?
No, things were a mess outside this morning. Might have delayed things for them.
How many men do we have?
Including the new blood, we have a total of 17 who can fight.
The second will stay. High alert. I'll bring 5 men with me and pay the Dublin's borrowed home a little visit.
But if you go back, what will you do if you run into Mandragora again?
Sally can't wait much longer. He needs medicine. Without painkillers and anti-inflammatories, he won't even make it through the afternoon. Do any of you have anything that's worth money? Old Leighton's been racking his brains just to figure out how to trade it for enough food each day. If we don't take it from Dublin, where are we supposed to turn to? To Sargas? Or do you mean to ask the civilians for help? Have you given it any thought what the enemy will do to them if they offer us anything? Dejection won't buy us our friend's life. Pack it up. Bring any weapons we can use. We'll leave immediately. Robin, you said you haven't killed enough of them, right? Lucky you. Your chance is here.
Kin or otherwise.
戦場を一望できるね。
各自配置につけ。 続け
Here we are.
I really hope that fills up fast.
Forward.
That ain't gonna work on me.
Well, that did not work as I hoped.
ターゲットロックオン。
貫く
Orders, please. Bravery shall overcome evil. これが戦場というものね。
チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえる 備えは万全です誰一人通すものか
体が重く感じてきた？初期化完了しました。
Okay, ouch.
問題ないわ。ほら、しっかり。
犯人奴らを押しつぶせ
End of the road. Port calibration 中よ。Orders, please.
悪くない位置取りだね
はあ？ここね。このピンチを乗り越えよう。
じゃあ行ってくる
Ow.
You ain't getting through me.
各自配置につけ
ここ
アーツユニットチャージ中。
了解私の仲間を傷つけたければまずはこの盾に許可を取ってからにしてもらおう
はあ？ここね。このピンチを乗り越えよう。初期化完了しました。わかりました。
準備完了 My speed and I hail from Victoria
Mission accomplished.
Okay. (3:22 p.m.) Overcast. Underground structure. Sodiumborough, Londinium. I don't think this is a very smart decision. Rock, we don't have enough hands. There are many places above us where people can hide, and we still haven't checked at least a third of Sudan. You know Harmo and the gang are getting ready for the move already. In a couple of days they will be leaving this place, and so will their commander. When that happens, even if our team stays, our chances of rescuing anyone will be slim. There's no reason for them to join us. They aren't joining us, they're cooperating with us. Didn't you hear the commander? They're friends of a friend, who accepted our friend's request and helped them enter Londinium, and they're here now. And if they can help us look for people, they can rest up in our hideout. That's the commander's order. Once they're done resting up, they'll leave this place. I'll escort them to somewhere safe above ground. That'll be the end of it. Why can't we ask them if they're willing to stay for a short while? It'll just be a small favor. They might not turn us down. You know why. I told you. The commander thinks they can be trusted. There has to be a reason for that. So I'll stop questioning their motives. But I also don't want our men dragged into needless danger. What do you think? Why do you think what they're doing is dangerous? What do you think they're doing here? They sneaked into Londinium with a bunch of highly skilled Sarkas. They're making an enemy of those other Sarkas. Feist. We're Victorians. We're used to this. They're talking about the lords fighting day in and day out outside Londinium? Ever since we were born, they've been fighting amongst themselves to no end. If it wasn't because of all their infighting, our homes wouldn't have become a Sarkas backyard. It's tiring enough trying to take back our homes. Sarkas want to fight on our lands, and not only is there nothing we can do about it, it has nothing to do with us. But what if they can really stop the Sarkas occupying the city? Maybe you think they're here to snatch the crown. The way I see it, we have a common enemy. I'm not so confident to think that we can take control of the situation. Not like you. The Sarkas, they're nothing like you think. They're that good at pretending. The day my dad was executed, I spotted a girl in the distance. The executioner called her Your Majesty. That was when I found out what the King of Devils actually looked like. You never told me that before. Because I never saw the need to. I'm telling you this now because I want you to know we can let ourselves be deceived by looks. Even though the Sarkas woman had a flawless, unblemished appearance, even if she put up a look of pity on an old Londinier worker, totally unknown to her, I will never forget. She's the one who led the Sarkas and killed my father, and countless more Victorians. She's the Lord of Fiends. Miss Amia?
Mr. Feist, Miss Rock.
That's all I have to say, Captain. I will head above ground and continue our search mission. You should really give what I said some thought. Sorry, Miss Amia. Doctor. I need to help Harma tune his equipment, so please excuse me too.
Doctor, the Sarkas that Miss Rock mentioned.
Doesn't sound like Theresa's to me.
It's a white-haired woman with a compassionate look, and the Sarkas called her Your Majesty. Doctor, you might have forgotten, but I will never forget even the tiniest detail about her expression or anything she said to me.
You know, I was kind of thinking she was a hallucination from Theresa's.
I know it's impossible, but
Dr. Shapeless, from today onwards, you have the permission to access the following files. Some of the information in these files will be of interest to you. Whether it's information about her, or information about the powers that Amia has inherited.
And talk about this and you didn't believe me. Hold up, I need to drink some water now.
At this point in time, trust is meaningless. I can't deny the importance you hold to Amia, and the thing she needs most in this Londinium operation is your assistance. Doctor, no matter what you two find in Londinium, you have to face it with her, together.
I know you can do it.
Not so fast, Amiya.
Right, I need to stay calm. I was almost going to chase after Miss Rockrock to ask her who she saw, but that could further fuel her misunderstanding about us.
You've been very hard on yourself lately.
Yeah, Doctor. I'm feeling better now. You might have heard a little about the past from Dr. Kaltzit before we came to Londinium. But there are some things that I haven't had a chance to talk to you about. Actually, for a very long time after the incident, I dreamt about you two a lot. In my dreams, you never talked. You just watched me over me in silence. It was like that night out on the Barrens. You held my hand silently, and I could sleep soundly. I was able to feel you. I know you were just asleep, Dr. Shapeless. You might have been away for a little while, but you were there with me still.
Amiya?
But she's not the same. She told me a lot of things in my dreams, from the fate of every single Sarkas at Rhodes Island, to if I wasn't sleeping well, if it was cold. She warned me about lots of things. It was like she was right there by my side. The more that happened, the more it struck home that she has left us.
Trust your feelings.
There is so much that she didn't want to leave behind, and so many people and things that she kept thinking about. Us, Dr. Goldsit, Rhodes Island, and the Sarkas. If she was actually alive, would she not come back to us?
The one you're talking about wouldn't do that.
Right. She wouldn't just abandon us. And she wasn't the kind of person who would let the Reeses invade Victoria. She wouldn't be able to bear seeing the Sarkas start this unjust war. Doctor, do you remember what I said at the port? I know what emotion has taken hold of Londinium. It's anger. Sarkas anger. And it's not just me who can hear it. This anger is so strong that all Sarkas can hear it. Even a Wendigo altar can't give rise to such a strong resonance. It's like someone turned the Sarkas' centuries-old burning anger into an actual raging fire. If no one puts a stop to it, sooner or later, it will burn through Londinium skies and spread, burning everything in its path. That's why we need to get close to it, as soon as we can, to find out when the source of the fire has engulfed everything there actually is.
Wouldn't you get hurt if you get too close?
You can see it, Doctor. Right. Emotionally, I'm not like I was before. The one ready to dive into the fire isn't the leader of Rhodes Island. Probably not the successor they keep talking about either. It's Amiya. This is what I want. It's the answer I'm looking for, as an individual. And it's true. I'm also a little scared. I'm afraid of that answer. I don't want to see Dr. Kaltzit and everyone else have their hearts shattered.
There's you too, Amiya.
Yeah, right. There's me too. If it's really her, I don't even want to imagine what that might mean. But this is something I must face. There is no other way forward.
We do it together.
Thank you, Doctor. Just knowing you're here by my side gives me the courage to keep going. I'll go talk to Commander Clovicia now, to propose a partnership. Their friends were taken prisoner by the Sarkas. They need more manpower to rescue them. We also need their help. Going by our original plan, we should already have rendezvoused with our contact, the messenger lady. We need to figure out whether she's safe or not. She's a friend of the Salvation Corps. Maybe their commander could help us find her. That's not to mention their guidance will make our journey into Central Londinium much more likely to succeed. Rhodes Island will prove to the Londinium City Self-Salvation Corps that we are not here for the Sarkas crown.
Hor, the Dublin forces are acting really strange.
They're going that way.
I thought Sarkas troops were guarding that area, though. Dublin would never dare to go anywhere close with them around.
They must have their reasons. I'll tell them.
Isn't that a tad risky? They have 10 times our manpower.
And that's why I'm going alone. The rest of you will continue as planned. Look for the resources at their stronghold. They just started relocating. Most likely they haven't had time to haul their supplies away too. Be careful out there.
You too. Hey, gotta move on. The commander doesn't want us to waste another second. I know you don't want to be doing this. Who does? Those stinking devils? Treating us like a bunch of mercenaries. Don't let me see you slacking off. You better not embarrass the commander in front of the Sarkas. Why aren't you keeping up? M611, respond. What's going on?
Don't move.
It's you! M601, call for
Don't speak either.
Ah.
Hand over the comms. Alright, now you can speak. Tell me, what are you helping the Sarkas with?
Like I told you, you wicked Victorian wolf.
Let me think. How did Dublin treat the Victorians who weren't willing to talk? They were hanging on a pulley a dozen meters off the ground, right? Too bad. Don't know how to make stone columns with arts. I don't have an easy way to send someone so high up.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? True. If I were as shameless as your commander, watching my people sacrifice themselves in County Hillock one by one wouldn't have bothered me one bit. How about this then? I'll tie you up and dump you in some abandoned factory. There's lots of factories like that around here. Wouldn't take that long to look through each of them one by one. Now that's how I do things, right? It's thanks to my patience that I could rescue some of those poor soldiers from you people. I only hope that your commanding officer will find you too before you die alone, despairing in the darkness.
No, my commander wouldn't. Please, spare me. What do you want to know? I just follow orders. I don't understand the complicated stuff.
Yes, I'm quite sure of that. Sarka's commander is much smarter than your commanding officer. Whatever he's scheming, Mandragora will never figure it out, and you lads will have to keep letting the Sarkas stay with you. Fine, you just need to tell me where you are headed then. I'll figure out the rest myself. If you're back, why didn't you pay me a visit sooner?
You have too many guests.
Ah, I forgot. You didn't want to see the Confessarius messenger.
If I found out that I came back to Londinium, wouldn't that spell the end of my leisurely days?
Even then, you didn't have to wait for Horder to leave before you showed yourself. He's my man. He won't ever report your presence to the court.
Is your man? What do you mean by that? But also, you don't trust anyone. If you really trusted him, you could have just hollered my name. You're the one who decided to wait until that Dublin feline and your mercenary friends were gone before saying hello.
Let's set this topic aside. You helped me lure the Dublin forces into position this morning. I owe you this one.
No big deal. Besides, I got a little surprise out of it.
Surprise? For you, of all people, to use that word. I'm guessing you found more than a few rebels. Did you meet the Roots Islander down there?
There's more. Not only did I run into them, they were the ones who rescued me from Dublin and escorted me to the city walls. If it wasn't for how antsy you were to test your prized new toy, such that I had to be blown up in front of them, perhaps I could have followed them a little longer. I actually wanted to have a good chat with her.
What if I told you there's still a chance?
Another job for me? Didn't you send the Dublins and the mercenaries to guard the temporary brig? Thought you had everything in place already. You just had to extend an invitation.
I prefer writing myself a few insurance policies.
Alright. Yours one then. Did I just say us?
No matter. There's no one else here.
Truth be told, we don't really want to stay here for much longer. That narcissistic old man with the chalice is almost here, isn't he? Don't tell him about us.
Of course. After yet to repay your kindness, after all. Another note. You should stop masquerading as a dead man. Not only might you find your cover blown, it also makes me feel uneasy.
I almost forgot. What an upstanding Sarkas you are, right? Pupil of Theresis. Relax. Next time we meet, I won't be Mr. Toma anymore.
予測通りの戦いでした。完璧です。
Ooh, boss fight.
Bound by pain. Gargantuan machines, welded together part by metal part. Every attack, grievous. Londinium secondary defense artillery. Okay, at least I only have 1 point to defend.
Oh, sure.
Burn this view of the city into your memories. Every time a new skyscraper is built, countless old buildings are inevitably torn down. It is this thick layer of dust, accumulated over tens of hundreds of years, that made today's Londinium. When you inherit these lands, not only will you inherit the extravagant furs you see on the outside, you must also accept the scars that lie underneath. It is extraordinarily difficult to build a new house among these old ones. Your eyes need to be able to see through the flesh and bones to find the place with the firmest foundation that can support the entire city. This will be your starting point. Vina, it is when you forget everything that you must inherit that you will truly become a proper successor. When you forget everything that you must inherit, that you will truly become a proper successor.
Siege, please think this through again. Follow my advice. We must leave this place, this dark underground cavern, at once. Only timid metal crabs and insects hide on the ground. I can't stand hiding it down here while our enemies are wreaking havoc above our heads.
You know, Oil Attack is really getting on my nerves. How would you call any of them spineless when every one of them stands up against the Sarkas? If they were actually cowards that you make them out to be, they would have gone working for the Sarkas long ago.
Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to assign blame, but there's only so much they can do.
What do you mean? What do you mean there's only so much they can do? Remember who it was that saved you when you made it out of Londinium half dead? How come you didn't say there was only so much we could do?
I don't want to argue with you.
I'm not arguing with you either. I don't want to hear your cranky little mouth either. Morgan and I told you when you first ran into us a year ago or so, if you wanted to join the Glasgow family, you had to rid yourself of your shitty aristocratic attitude.
Let me say a word on her behalf. Dagda's working very hard too. She's changed quite a bit. At a glance, no one could tell that she used to be a knight noble. Right. I learned a lot from all of you. I'm sure you know that I've long thought of myself as part of Glasgow. But now we're back in Londinium, I just can't help but be aware that I'm also a Knight of the Tower.
Don't you think that anything has changed just because we're back in Londinium? Do you know how many eyes are on Vina? We've never been safe. No, it's exactly because we're back now that we're especially in danger.
I agree with you on that. And it's out of safety considerations that I think we should leave these militants we don't know the first thing about. Agda, I mean, you're worried the resistance could act against Vina.
Their membership is too much of a mixed bag. What if some of them don't actually mean well?
Where do you think we should go then?
As far as I know, there are still some in the city that we can count on. My mother's friends. I couldn't contact them before the Knights of the Tower fell. The way I see it, now might be a good time.
You mean, you want us to turn to the nobles? Who do you think murdered Vina's dad and forced us to hide out in the streets for years? Who do you think hunted us down and chased us out of Londinium? We don't even know if Barrett and the rest of the gang are still alive.
The nobles weren't of one mind back then, but after the Sarkas came...
Huh, you think the Sarkas are our only enemy? Listen up, my lady. You want to hand Vina over to those dirty lords? Over my dead body.
Hannah! What are you doing, shouting like that? You want everyone to know who Vina is? Both of you calm the fuck down. Fighting can't solve everything, especially at a crucial moment like this. Until you've really thought through the consequences of your bickering, you better shut your mouths. What do you want Vina to...
It doesn't matter.
What? Vina? What do you have in mind? I think Dagna's worries are reasonable. We followed Ami and the doctor here, but in the end, our objective isn't the same as theirs. All they have to do is stop the Sarkas in the city, and that's exactly what the Resistance has been trying to do. But we...
What do you think our objective is? Morgan, Indra. Why did you recognize me as your leader back then?
Because Glasgow needed to survive in Londinium. We were still kids. We made a lot of enemies. A lot of street punks had their eyes on us. And there were even a couple bad cops who always gave us trouble.
Vina, you're so much more incredible than the rest of us. You're the one who taught me that a good boss doesn't just fight. Not only did you lead us out of trouble, you recruited so many faces into the gang. You made Glasgow stronger. That's why I'm confident you're a good boss. That you'll be a good leader in the future. Very good. Looks like we haven't forgotten our convictions. Have you heard what the Resistance commander said? They'll save Londinium, but before that, they'll save their brothers and sisters in arms. Who's to say our objectives are different? My hammer was forged to serve the city, to serve Victoria. If my strength can save even just one Victorian, then I have no reason to leave the fight. Dagda?
Sorry, I won't bring that up again.
No, I just wanted to say that you aren't in the wrong.
What?
If you have your own mission to accomplish, you needn't follow my every word. You are a fine knight, but I'm not the one who knighted you. I'm not the lord you were born to serve, no. You should find the one you actually want to serve, instead of being bound by your bloodline's oath. You're free. You have always been.
Siege!
Vina, that's a little... It's not like Dagda was...
Enough. You heard me well. Dagda, I await your answer.
Understood, Siege. Commander Clovicia, have you thought about a cooperation proposal?
Amia? May I call you Amia? Please, call me Clovicia.
I kind of already did that, Clovicia.
Oh, you mean without the commander part? Dr. Shapeless and you have more than sufficiently explained what your purpose here is. If I'm understanding correctly, Rhodes Island is a pharmaceutical company that focuses on solving infected issues. To that end, your company has worked with cities and even countries. I also know that most Sarkas are infected. But, I just wanted to make sure about this. Did you come to Londinium with this objective too? Or is it part of Rhodes Island's business to solve the Sarkas question as well?
The Sarkas are not a question. Clovicia, the way we see it, the real issue at hand is the war between the Sarkas and the Victorians. This war has already seen more than enough bloodshed on both the Victorian and Sarkas sides. If the war escalates further, what happens then? How many countries will be dragged into it? How many people? We can't allow that to happen. Amiya, your ideals are noble. You are infected, and you want to fight for the infected. I can understand that. But what do you have to do with a Sarkaz? I inherited my ideals from a Sarkaz. She was a Sarkaz, but she loved me, a Wabbit, and she loved everyone. And Rhodes Island was born from her feelings. Rhodes Island fights for the infected, the Sarkaz, and all those who are oppressed, because we know very well that, in war, they are always neglected by those cruel men who stand at the top. It doesn't matter how many arrogant men in positions of power we have to deal with, our focus will always be those who truly need our help. The cruel men who stand at the top, eh? I see. I can empathize with how you feel, and I very much respect Rhodes Island's ideals. However, I hope you can understand that the Self-Salvation Corps is not the same as Rhodes Island. Our people came from different backgrounds and have different ideals, and even so, we're all fighting for the same goal. We want to take back Londinium. If we can't be sure that Rhodes Island will always be on our side, even if you could persuade me, I wouldn't be able to persuade my men. We will stand together. Dr. Shapeless, do I have your word?
What you need is our deeds. Deeds!
Right, I admit it. You have seen for yourself that the Self-Salvation Corps is low on manpower. We can't spare anyone to our cause. Rhodes Island will not be a burden to the Self-Salvation Corps. No, you're mistaken, Amiya. Most of us aren't worried about your strength. It might actually be the opposite, even. Your mission is far too ambitious. Besides, you saw it yourself. The Self-Salvation Corps hides in the gaps and crevices of the city just to make it from one battle to the next. If what you actually want is a larger battlefield, and it just so happens that the battlefield is Londinium.
You think we can defeat the Sarkaz occupying the city alone?
Only those on the same starting line have the right to vie for control. Dr. Shapeless, I'm surprised you're so honest. You're admitting to me that although you don't currently have what it takes to face the Sarkaz, when the time is right, Rhodes Island's objective is to depose the tyrannical regent.
You think we aim to seize Central Londinium?
Doctor, that's not what we said before we came.
Amiya, she's a military commander. Politicians are nothing but bargaining chips. And generals want nothing but power.
This isn't how we usually earn the trust of our collaborators. No, you're right. Just like how even though we always seek to end wars, we have never been able to avoid one. Clovicia, our objective is clear. Just like the Self-Salvation Corps, Rhodes Island will fight for the day we successfully stop the Sarkaz regent.
Rhodes Island will provide medical resources. Closures working with your engineers already. We have other means to show our sincerity. We will show Rhodes Island's might in the next fight. So, Commander... Commander Clovicia, is that to your satisfaction?
Dr. Shapeless, you and Amiya are excellent partners. It seems Feist is right. You're the helpers we've been looking for. What did Mr. Feist... He spoke on your behalf in front of me and all the captains. What about the problem earlier then? He's still young. Even though he has the courage to stand up and speak, he isn't ready to take responsibility for the outcome. This burden is for me to shoulder. But you're young too. Huh. But I'm their commander. In my position, you would do the same too, wouldn't you? Yes, right. I know you just wanted us to explain our situation one more time. I hope you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. But the doctor and I are happy to have found an excellent partner. You're an excellent commander, Colusia. Dr. Shapeless, Vice told me about you, but you're still not what I expected. When the reconnaissance team comes back, let us plan this operation together. This will be a rescue mission. I believe your operators are very experienced in such missions. I look forward to working with Rhodes Island.
Water. Ugh. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, never mind.
Rock, my men just got some news from Lady Golding.
Tell our contact we'll be there right away.
Whew, it's a good thing we got in contact with the messenger. If it wasn't for her, not sure we would have been able to lock in the prison.
Yeah, I only hope this trip would be fruitful.
Right, what's going on with you and Feist?
Nothing.
I heard you squabbling. Ever since we formed a team together, the two of you always work together so well. Like hand in glove. I've never seen you fight like that.
Sorry about that. We have differing opinions, that's all.
How do you know you aren't one of mine? You aren't of one mind? You should have talked to him about the past long ago. He may have always be banging away at his devices, but he'll listen to you.
Is this what you came along? I didn't know you like meddling in relationships as much as welding things together. Mending relationships.
Ha! It's all the same to me. You're both good soldiers, and I always thought of you as siblings.
But you're 9.
Oh. Whew, that was close. How come there are so many mercenaries out on the streets?
Sarkas are trying to catch us, Rock 5. Rock 5 sees our contact. In the bakery up ahead. Go. I'll keep an eye on the mercenaries. Hey, Bill. Did you get this part over to Harmo? I think he could use it when the reinforces his grain lorry. Alright. Hand me the wrench. Frank Shield 2. I put on a new coat of paint on the surface. That should make it fireproof. Remind him that it's going to crack if he lets it get too hot for too long. The technology behind this paint is obsolete. Why don't you try out Raytheon's latest formula? It's kind of expensive, but engineering came up with a cheap generic version. If you're interested, I can give you a discount. Huh?
Hot.
Whoa, you got a hole in your thermal gloves? You're an engineer for real. Hands are like the most important thing to an engineer. Gloves are a luxury. You can't grab new ones just because I want to. Besides, how was I supposed to know you were here? My hands are usually a lot stabler. Your eyes don't look so good to me either. That's like one of the 10 must-have qualities of an engineer. All Bill's to blame for this. Where'd he go? Usually he's the one who stands next to me. Oh, when I got here I saw a group following your lieutenant somewhere. Didn't he promise to come help me out? You worried about them? Rockrock left in a hurry. I don't even have time to check out Rock 5. I'm worried that brawl this morning could have damaged the drone somehow. If you're worried about other stuff, there's no way you'll pop out anything too sturdy. This is all we can do, and it's only by doing it well that things will be safer for our friends above ground, right? Didn't expect the Rhodes Island engineer to be so good at comforting people. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, if you know, I'm Rhodes Island's ace psychological consultant. Even calls it a real mean boss of mine comes to me and opens up to distresses. Sorry. Hurry up and hand me the wrench. Huh? Let's get working already. What, you want me to crack a few more jokes to lift your spirits? There's gonna be some real intense battles soon. Us engineering operators are like the backbone of the backbone. There's no time for all that moping. Alright, let's get working. Right, show me that drone, Rock 17. It's lacking a flight stability module. I took one of my broken babies. Huh? You sure about that?
Are there any patterns or anything?
Shh, quiet. I did it behind that shapeless back.
Now that you know how lucky you are, what are you standing there for? Give me my wrench. You know, this is one of the reasons why we got our security breached.
What did you say? You saw Lady Golding? What did she say?
Understood.
I need to send word about this to the commander right now. Ah! Hostiles! They found us! Rock, retreat!
Find the captain. Rebels spotted on Eastern Road. Seize them.
Run!
What's this buzzing thing? A drone? Ah, I get it. You were at the port this morning.
Rock 5, what's the matter? Did we miss? Is it because we didn't calibrate it? We didn't spot the enemies just now either. Ugh.
Feline, don't you think that's going to work? Might have worked on the Royal Court squaddies, but won't work on us.
Rock, is your drone dead? It's okay. Even without it, I can still fight.
Didn't expect to take damage from you. Looks like your arts are no less impressive than your courage. I'll put in a word for you with my captain and let you die here. You don't have to go to the factory anymore. Saves you a painful death.
Ugh.
Rock, get going. I'll hold it here.
No, we'll go together.
You need to get Lady Golding's message back. The commander must know. She must know that the messenger... This message is very important.
Bill!
I believe in the commander, and I believe in you and Feist. Listen to me. Stop fighting. We're all a family. Back then, we were only able to escape because of your dad. Your dad stood in the Sarkaz way too. Go!
What's with the thick smoke? Do they have a grenade? How dare you hurt my men? You aren't getting out of this alive. Captain!
Take him back. Lock him away with the other rebels.
Captain, this guy tried to blow us up against... got himself caught in the blast. He won't live much longer.
He doesn't have to live much longer.
Very well. General's orders, right? Shall we go after the rest of them?
Do it. Don't hold out too much hope, though. Bound by pain.
全員無事で戻るぞ。
どんな戦いになるかしらね。
Well, shit.
Fuck.
一歩も引かない。
My speed and I hail from Victoria.
"了解。百聞は一見にしかず。
射撃補助モジュール展開っと。
Standing by. Benevolent shall save lives. Pirarito!
悪くない い位置取りだね。
Orders, please. この一本がさ、あんたそれ隠れられてないよ。私の得意技を見せてあげる。
Ouch.
Here we are.
Thunder clear. 問題ないわ。こういう香りは好き？
I'll probably save you just in case. Of course, Santos survive. Okay, she survived. Do they have ranged people?
じゃあ行ってくる。
私の得意技を見せてあげる。ここね。
My speed and I hail from Victoria. 私たちにお任せください。
Standing by. Bravery shall overcome evil. Thunder clear.
遅い。
Now you.
チェーンソーのうなり声が聞こえる？
了解しました。ターゲットロックオン。体が重く感じてきた？問題ないわ。使用確かに。この一本がここね。 この声は泣いている。ドクター、私はここに。プログラム起動します。
Not far enough.
Standing by.
Could you get a little bit closer?
Benevolence shall save lives.
There we go.
Accomplished.
私には誇れる才能なんて何もない。だから狙撃手として敵は必ず半径3メートル圏外で仕留めるように気をつけてる。
Okay. Now I'll do one more. 10-8. No time to mourn. Save our soldiers, or at least remember their names. Frick. No, I think this is just a fight. Okay.
教習オペレーターの基準は厳しいよ。私の動きについてきて。All units, spread out! My speed and I hail from Victoria. 貫く。
Sarkis Hairbearer Chaincaster attacks deal art damage and necrosis damage and jump between 4 targets with each jump, dealing reduced damage. Will be reborn as a gift of the Sanguinarch after falling in battle. Gift of the Sanguinarch, difficult to deal with. Ah, fuck.
Orders, please. Tactics sharpen the mind.
Mina, 私に続け。誰一人通すものか。
ええ、気を確かに。
みんな、私に続け。
Okay, new idea.
Arts unit チャージ中。この辺温度が低すぎるかな。ええ。
Nice.
Orders, please. Tactics sharpen the mind. 初期化。アーツユニット起動します。
Not so nice.
ポートキャリブレーション中よ。
犯人、奴らを押しつぶせ。
Here we are. ここね。
Actually, well, I can wait.
Standing by. Benevolence shall save lives.
That's going to be an issue though. Unless I can kill them faster.
私たちにお任せください。
じゃあ行ってくる。
これが戦場というものね。了解しました。
誰一人通すものか。
鮮血が武器をされ。
Well, this is about to be a problem.
心配無用よ。
ドクター、私はここに。
ここ。
プログラム起動します。
Yep, okay.
Mission accomplished.
This just started with a fight.
Boss, you're right. We lost them. Those rebels. Crafty little sand beast. A lot of them. Just 5 seconds and it's like they all burn into the sand without a trace.
Sure enough, and that's why we shouldn't waste our energy on them. Guard your position well, until they poke their heads out of their holes again.
Sure, you're the boss.
Looks like you found yourself a bunch of loyal subordinates, boss. They think I'll pay dividends. It's good for morale. They trust you too, I can tell. It's far more than what a mercenary should afford another mercenary. This goes to show how effective Manfred's plan is. You think real highly of him. I almost forgot. But you are practically brothers from another mother these days, right? Just look at how the mansion he gave you. The tent alone is larger than your old backyard. It was a count's estate. I killed its previous owner. Don't tell me that's weighing on your conscience. He was having afternoon tea at the time. His wife and their 3 children were standing right in front of him. Sure, there's nothing like the kind of work we used to take, but you're the one who agreed to the job. Not into more when our consciousness died so long ago. Then let's not ask these questions. Whatever it is you want to know, just take a look at it for yourself. Not like you don't know already. Is you being under a lot of stress supposed to somehow make me feel better? Whatever. Let's talk about something else. It's not time for us to find comfort in each other. I'm here because I have some advice for you. Pay attention to what's under your feet. You mean... mercenaries aren't all that trustworthy? We don't pay attention to the shadows when you walk. Your effort might just be all for naught. Is that all you came here for? Nope, that's not all. What I really want to say is, after drifting around for so long, she's on the road. Our men in position.
Yes, all at that place for the Sarkis orders.
Don't be daft. I'm not talking about what the Sarkis want us to do.
Captain, are we really going to start this operation tonight? Are you sure we won't?
You trying to ask me if we'll fall into Manfred's trap? Do you think I'm so stupid that I can't tell what he's trying to do?
Yes. I mean, no, of course not. I wouldn't dare to.
He's trying to test me, and I'll let him test me. Our men are his to order around, but he doesn't know how many of us there are.
So we still have to be the Sarkis gatekeepers then?
Shut up! I hate putting it that way. Makes it sound as though we're in the Sarkis...
Yeah, whatever.
We just have to bear with it today. Once we're done with this last thing, we'll leave Londinium straight away.
Well, we really? That's wonderful news. Ever since I was a kid, I've always hated Londinium. My parents both came to this place and never went back. The city eats people.
Right, I don't like it either. Have you ever seen another city like this? So many plates, so many tall towers, so many sewers. Every time I smell that stench, smell of grease on the nobles' dining tables, makes me want to puke. Now we can finally leave. Get a word out, put on your best performance tonight. Do not give Manfred anything he can use against us. And I want the 10 best fighters to come with me. As for you, I want you to tail Manfred. You saw where he was heading, right?
Yes, Captain.
Good. Tonight, I'll rescue our spy. Stayed here in Londinium for so long, I have to at least get one thing done before I can get home with my manatees, right? I won't let our leader down again.
Horn, you're back.
I am. Where's Robin?
The team got back a while ago.
Good. They find any medicine? Let me check on Sally.
There's no need.
What are you talking about? Do you mean Sally? I still have to see him. Victoria has lost another fine soldier. A little girl has lost her father. How many more must we lose before we finally see the end to this tragedy?
What was Sally's girl name again? Was it Erin? Elisa? If memory serves, his family lived in County Ascarat. Blake, pack up his belongings. Please. Once this war is over, we'll pay his family a visit.
But it didn't leave anything behind.
Nothing at all? No, Blake. At the very least, he left a story. I have to go on this journey still. His daughter will want to hear his story. I will tell her that, even in our darkest hour, her father never gave in to suffering.
Right. Come with you, Horn, as the war is over. Also, I have a message for you. From Sally.
What did he say?
He said, "Sorry, Lieutenant, but you must live on."
He apologized to me.
He did, and I understood him. We all did. As soldiers, we all considered that we could die out there someday, one day. But after we saw that, Sally, no, all of us understood what's far scarier. Take a look at the state of Londinium. It's our home, but it's become a prison. Is dying an honorable death too much to ask for?
It shouldn't be.
Indeed, that's the truth now. We all know that well, but we want to keep marching down this road, because you gave us hope. Horn, you didn't have to carry all of our hopes in your back. It's too much for one person.
It's harder to live, huh? Huh. Looks like I owe her an apology.
Who's her?
Fine Victorian soldier, just like the rest of you. Let's not talk about this now. Tell everyone we don't have time to mourn.
Did you find out where they're keeping our people?
There's a high chance. If the information I got turns out to be correct, the Sarkas will move them tomorrow morning. I was going to ask what you think.
You don't have to ask. Just give us the order.
Very well then. We'll begin as soon as the sun sets.
I've marked the most probable locations on the map. Any thoughts? There are 8 spots? Even with our operators, it'll be hard to check all these places in 2 days.
Unfortunately, all 8 fulfill the requirements of a temporary prison. There are no settlements near any of them, which means that it's difficult for news to get in and out. They're all located near the highway that leads to Central Londinium, which facilitates the Sarkas fighters' movement around the city. And none of them are connected to the plate we're in.
Did the Sarkas commander figure out you're operating underground?
He's a smart man. We mustn't underestimate him.
Then, if this is where they're keeping prisoners, shouldn't there be a massive security detail guarding the place?
We thought about that too. Unfortunately, even though our recon team managed to track the Sarkas movement in each plate, they haven't found any openings.
What is this place?
An abandoned factory. They said it used to make candy. Don't get the wrong idea, that's just what the civilians in the industrial districts usually call it. What they actually refine is organic compound called toxic coal. I'm having so much PTSD from it. It's packaged like sweets for children, so everyone come to call it candy.
A candy factory? Sounds familiar.
I think we're pretty close to the answer.
Dr. Shapeless, may I know why?
We may know who owns it.
Ah, of course. You mean Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas has been working with the Sarkas, right? He said he saw the Sarkas using this factory for some shady business, but he was almost silenced because of it. Not to mention, he has some information that Doublet wanted too.
All the factions opposing the Sarkas wanted. Alright then.
Tell Fights that the factory is our prime objective. Harmo, keep working on the move. We will keep that option open to us too. Commander!
What is it, Lawrence?
The recon team is back. They ran into some Sarkas mercenaries above ground.
Casualties?
4 injured and 1 captured.
Sorry everyone. The meeting ends here. I need to take a look.
Commander?
Rock, what are you doing? We just got your wounds bandaged.
No, I have something I must tell the commander. Did you find her?
Yes, we got news from Lady Golding. She's still in the school in the northern residential district. She's safe. But they were ambushed by the Sarkas during a social gathering 2 days ago. And the messenger lady was taken prisoner.
Wait a moment, please. Is the messenger you are referring to the one who requested you to rendezvous with Rhodes Island?
The lady who helped us get into Victoria.
Right, that's her. Amia, Dr. Shapeless. A rescue operation has been moved up. She's very important to the Self-Salvation Corps. She holds a lot of information. This might even affect her evacuation operation. Yes, I understand. She's irreplaceable to Rhodes Islands too.
This will be our first joint operation.
Good. I have faith that Rhodes Island will help us rescue our imprisoned messenger from the Sarkas. Our strongest warrior, our most important ally, and our most trusted friend, Lady Heidi Thompson.
Heidi? I remember her.
Phew! I've managed to live up to the reputation of this uniform once more.
Okay, gonna have to rescue her another time though. Sorry, I'm just stretching.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I can do for today. My throat is starting to be a bit upset at me. And also I'm just tired. In general, I'm just always tired. So yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. Sorry about that. So I should be able to do some more Expedition 33. And then on Monday some more Hades. And then hopefully on Wednesday a bit more Arknights. Hopefully. But yeah, I guess that's gonna be the plan. Hopefully I can stick to it. In the meantime, that's gonna be it for me for today. Thank you to everyone who stopped by, I really appreciate you. And have a good one.